Gather round, lads and lassies, boys and girls, and anyone in between or as yet undecided. Welcome to Mr. Stitch's Funhouse of Horror. I, of course, am your host, Mr. Damien Stitch himself. You may call me Mr. Stitch. I will also accept Lord, Sir, maybe Your Honor, if you feel like you're being accused of something. Now you may be looking at the dusty and ragged tatters of my topcoat and vest, my crumpled top hat, perhaps even the stitches sewn into my flesh, carving my smile all the wider, wondering if you have ever seen the likes of me before. And I reckon you have. Though not in memories of which you're so readily aware, I would think. Not in those you could so easily revisit. Oh yes, y'all know me, still the same OG, but have been low-key, hated on by most of these clowns who know cheese, no deals and no G's, no wheels and no keys, no boats and no wait, that's no right. Dr. Damien Stitch does have a nice ring though. Yeah, no. But somewhere deep down, somewhere you can't so easily pick out, oh yes, you do know me, don't you? No, it's no accident that you found yourself in front of my little house of fun, nor that you're standing here before me now. Yeah, you may be reluctant to enter, the fear of what may lurk inside, eating away at your tiny entrails like a parasite. The curiosity and intimidation blending together to form the most irresistible sensation of anticipation you have ever felt. Yeah, perhaps not. Yeah, I'm looking at you, wee pigtailed lass in the back. Oh, you didn't have to enter. Not if you don't want to. But whilst I have your undivided attention, allow me to tell you a tale. One of the numerous stories of those who have walked through those very doors, only a stone's throw from this very spot. You see, long before I took the reins to this magical, haunting, and eerie monstrosity, before I left my righteous path behind, the stitches now etched into my flesh waiting, I too had my own story of torment and horror. A terrifying tale that would chill you to the very bone, your blood freezing cold in your veins. A story that I will now bloody be sharing. Mind your business, you nosy wee urchins. No, this tale involves a wee boy of the tender age of 11. He was not as upstanding as you lads and lasses. He was not one who would offer a smile to a, unique individual such as I. Oh yes, he only had insults to offer when we met for both the first and the last time. Before that Halloween night would come to a close, of course. He would not only understand a little more about the truth of who I am, but the reality of his own misguided ways. So gather round, ye wee ghouls and ghosts. Rest your little legs and take a seat. I am speaking to you, 13th Beetlejuice Jr. I've seen today. You're a bit restless. You need to pee? No? You sure? I'm no turning this ready car around once I get going. You sure? Yeah? Certain now. Alright then. And so, we begin. In a small suburban home some 40 miles from this very park.
But you promised!
The small-framed boy yelped, his jet-black hair hanging wildly before his darkened, spiteful gaze. We promised that if you were good, we would take you to the park, the tall, slender, and exhausted Mr. Jacob Rigby said, his thinning, dark hair receding all the more as he glared into his son's deep brown eyes. It was a classic stare-down between father and son, one almost willing to do anything to inspire the young man to retreat from the oncoming fit, and the other prepared to push every button he had to get his way. As the boy began to scream, a high-pitched wail, which was certain to send the few remaining hairs rooted to the scalp of his dad fluttering in the wind, he knew he could break his old man. Jacob exhaled a heavy breath, Lorraine, his lovely, dark wavy-haired wife, rubbing the small of his back in an effort to ease the pounding of his head.
Okay!
Mr. Rigby shouted, startling both his wife and son with his out-of-character screaming.
Get dressed, and we'll go. If you'll fucking shut up.
Lorraine gazed upon her loving husband of the last 14 years, holding a hand to her chest and the other still on his back. She just gave him a defeated but understanding nod.
At least we can get a funnel cake,
she said with a laugh. I know my female voice is cringeworthy. Didn't give me that glare, wee pigtailed lass. I'm trying here. Let's hear you do a man's voice, eh? Heh, yeah, that's what I thought. When Lorraine and Jacob had promised to take their son to Arcadian Heights for this wonderful Halloween celebration, it was a meager attempt to settle down a previous fit. Connor, named after his grandfather, his mother's father, had been prone to such frenzies since his earliest year on this earth. His parents attempted to control this with kindness, and whilst I am not one to condone violence inflicted on children, some little brats need a good ruddy spanking. Connor Rigby was one that should have had his arse tanned from an early age, but his now beyond exhausted parents felt as though there was little chance of ever settling down the boy, for more than moments at a time. While they drove the bustling roads to the amusement park that afternoon, their son gazing wide-eyed through the window at the world rushing by, a satisfied smirk on his smug wee face, they could only hope that he wouldn't show his arse in public. This, of course, was the very reason they were hesitant to take him out in the first place, as the boy would often go out of his way to perform for any respective audience. This time, however, when he got his way, he would be in for a rude awakening, one that would not only put an end to his fit pitching, but may very well leave those days numbered. In the end, of course, I suspect that either outcome would have left his parents quite relieved. Getting ahead of myself there. Apologies for that. Oh yes, lads and lasses. I would imagine that even all of your loving parents have had those moments in which they would have been overjoyed to get rid of you. Good luck getting them to admit that, though. Oh, didn't he give me that look, wee minion? I'm just setting the atmosphere. Sheesh. Take a bloody joke, will you? For the first few hours, the whole Rigby family laughed and joked like they hadn't in years. Even the youngest member of the group was distracted enough to just be a child, rather than the little shit, than the beast he more often exposed his parents to. They rode rides together, the loving couple taking turns beside the boy on the two-person carriages. They feasted on the delicious food, the scents intoxicating their every sense as they passed by the glorious eyries and stalls. They played sideshow games, Jacob's buttocks clenching a bit when his son failed to shoot the little vampire duckies to win himself a prize. Sure, the kid dropped the wee BB gun back on its perch, muttering under his breath, but he didn't lose it, to his folks' surprise. Whether he was simply allowing himself to have too much fun to risk sticking a fork in it, his mother and father certain to drag him kicking and screaming from the park if he flipped his lid, or if it just wasn't enough of an inconvenience for him to waste his energy, I couldn't say. But both the elder Rigbys let out a shared sigh of relief when they moved on to whatever lay beyond the games. That was, of course, until they came upon this glorious establishment. The sun had set some time before they crossed into that very path to your backs. My funhouse looked quite inviting, surrounded by the glorious darkness and carnival lighting. Oh, wee Connor's eyes feasted on the haunting imagery I present to you now. The eerie clowns in the windows, the fabricated, rickety wooden steps, and even the warning signs before you, recommending that no sane person would ever willingly enter such a place. It's all in good fun, of course. There's no real danger in there. Well, not for the pure of heart, anyway. None of you, good children, would have anything to fear. Isn't that right, pigtails? Now, when Connor Rigby caught sight of my humble funhouse, his eyes lit up so much I was certain they would pop right out of his skull. Why, I could practically see his wee mouth watering as he tugged at his father's jacket, pulling his attention to his next desire. Jacob and Lorraine gave each other a reluctant glance, silently debating between their complete lack of interest in entering any sort of haunted house and the potential tirade from their son. Hopefully, that day's activities and fun could have possibly both tired their child out as much as themselves, and satisfied him to the point of accepting an easy defeat. Jacob leaned down to face the small-statured boy. "How about we just hit up a few more rides before we have to head home?" he suggested, a compassionate look on his face.
"But I want to go in,"
the boy declared, inspiring his parents' spines to stiffen in unison.
"These places are all smoke and mirrors, Connor,"
Lorraine said, hopeful to rationalize with the boy.
"It's just a waste of money for some cheap thrills. Like your dad said, we can... I want to go into the Funhouse."
Connor's face was already turning that particular shade of red, which led to Jacob's hair abandoning his scalp in the first place. His parents once more glanced at one another, that mental discussion weighing the pros and cons.
"You know these sorts of things scare your dad,"
Lorraine said with a giggle, nudging her husband playfully. "Yeah," Jacob added. "I'll have nightmares for a week."
"Then let me go in by myself,"
the boy said through gritted teeth, his skin still burning all the more. "Connor," Jacob said, his heart racing all the more as a passing elderly couple gave a scornful glance. "Come on, son. We've had a fun day. Can't you just—"
"I want to go in!"
the boy screamed, pulling every surrounding eye to the trio, mine included. His hands were balled into fists, while his parents visibly trembled before me. The couple stared at the boy, begging him to come with a hopeless glance. The boy just stared back, shooting knives with his gaze, looking as though he was about to boil over. Yes, I could have just sat back and enjoyed the show. Admittedly, I was a wee bit curious to see how far the lad would take it, but with such agony present on the faces of his absurdly defeated guardians, I saw this as my cue to step in. "Well, good evening, dear lads and lass," I said, clapping the boy across his back, maybe a wee bit harder than was warranted. "Do I stand before a potential customer?" Young Connor spun to face me, swatting my hand away.
"Don't touch me,"
he sneered, whilst I simply smiled back at him. For the briefest of moments, he looked a wee bit scared. Sort of hurt my feelings, if I'm being honest. Does this look like a scary smile? Oh, didn't he scream? Sheesh. It's not that bad, is it? He wants to see what's in there, Jacob said with a sigh, looking at me in a way that begged me to confirm it would be way too much for a wee lad. Of course, I would not back him up on this, as this particular boy was in desperate need of a lesson that I was certain I could provide. "I assure you, Mr. Rigby, Jacob Rigby. I assure you, Mr. Rigby, there's no safer spot in the park for your son. I can personally guarantee his safety." Again, the couple just glanced at each other, while the boy still studied me.
"What are you supposed to be?"
he said, furrowing his brow.
"Some sort of mime?"
"Oh, I'm no mime boy. I'm Damien Stitch, the owner of this humble funhouse."
"Stitch? Because of the stitches in your stupid face? Real original, mister. Why not Mr. Top Hat? It'd save you from putting on all that dumb makeup."
"Makeup? I've never worn makeup in my life, thank you very much." He just stared at me, with a look on his face like I just broke wind. Honestly, I might have done just that. Never can tell, you know. They just sort of sneak out sometimes. Oh, everybody does it, pigtails. I bet you stink your folks right out of your house sometimes. So the poor Rigby couple glanced back at me with a smile, seemingly admiring the way I handled myself with their little with their ill-tempered child.
"How much to get in?"
Lorraine asked with a bit of a sigh. I looked at her, to her husband, and back to the boy before me. The kid still looked at me like I had worms dropping out of my mouth, but that only made me all the more determined to get him through those doors. "Tell you what," I said, granting the couple a friendly smirk. "I'll give you fine folks a freebie. If your boy comes out satisfied, well, I do accept tips, of course." I tipped my hat to the now smiling couple. Clearly the idea of having a break from their little demon was quite enticing, given the relief in their eyes. "I promise you that the boy will have an eye-opening experience." With that, the mother and father knelt down to gaze directly into the eyes of their boy, practically pleading for the lad to behave himself. He, naturally, rolled his eyes at the words, turning his back to them to head toward the door. I gave the couple a wink as I followed behind the child. He glanced back at me as he reached the steps, to which I offered a nod, granting him permission to head on in. Not that he really needed that much, of course. As he pushed through the door, strolling in like he owned the ruddy place, I took my seat alongside the entrance. From here on out, I knew that I could count on the house to take the wheel from here. My work, for the time being, was done. Whatever would occur inside, well, that was in the hands of Connor Rigby himself. This, dear lads and lasses, was when the real fun would... Okay, seriously, Beetlejuice, you're squirming like a ruddy snake. If you got a peel, wait a minute. No? You're sure? Alright, but if you wet yourself right here, you'll get a free trip inside too. Oh, didn't he give me that look, pigtails? You're sitting right next to him. I'm just saying. As I was saying, this is where the real fun begins. When Connor hesitantly stepped through the door, after successfully climbing up the steps, attempting to pretend that his wee legs weren't trembling just a bit, the darkened room he walked into left him shivering all the more. The second he crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut behind him, leaving him in pure, pitch darkness. He jumped with that unexpected slam, suddenly gripped by the fear. Though he had no respective audience now, his parents left to their own devices, with their son locked away for a time. He's still trying to play it off. Standing in place, fumbling behind him for the doorknob to his back, one he would not locate, as there is no interior knob on that particular door. Well, not at that moment, anyway. He briefly considered pounding on the bloody thing, demanding to be set free. Naturally, even at such a young age, his already fragile ego would not tolerate admitting defeat only moments after entering. Honestly, I wouldn't have expected any less, though it would have been quite disappointing had he chosen that course of action. When another door, some 15 feet ahead of where he stood, quaking in the same spot, creaked open, shedding a warm, violet light across the room, he still wrestled with the decision to proceed or fight to depart. Ultimately, after some minutes of this inner debate, he reluctantly began to pace forward, ever so cautiously. While this room was free of any obstacles, the subtle illumination only revealed so much of the wooden floor, so he could not fully trust eyes still not accustomed to the darkness to feel secure in that fact. As he hesitantly peered through his hopeful exit to greener pastures, nudging it gently to investigate what lay within the next room, he let out an unimpressed sigh, rolling his eyes at the sights before him. Yes, my hall of mirrors is not much different from the average funhouse flair. Well, not in its appearance anyway. But what did the wee brat expect? I mean, certain things are just traditional in places like these after all. Of course, even with his condescending chuckles, mixed with a sprinkling of relief that safety lay ahead of him, wee Connor found himself smiling as he began to walk through the labyrinth of distorted reflections. He flexed his little arms as one of the mirrors showed him an exaggeratedly proportioned upper body, and giggled almost uncontrollably when another showed him far shorter and wider, waddling from side to side in that one. Oh yes, his apprehension and fears, even his eye-rolling, had drifted away as he neared the end of the rows of many shapes and sizes of deformed doppelgangers. That was, of course, until he creaked open the door, which would lead to the next level of fun, when a blood-curdling scream reached his ears. He spun in place, following the strained howl, which rang out from somewhere to his back, his legs trembling far more aggressively than before when the grotesque sight greeted his eyes. He could only assume that his echoing laughter as he traipsed through the mirror maze had drowned out the ambient noises of the others who entered behind him, some of whom scampered their wee legs in this direction now, those who also hoped to escape the tall, slender, and masked individual who thrust what appeared to be some sort of blunt object against the face of a shrieking man who seemed to have been the unfortunate escort for this group. With the haunting sound of a constant pummeling of that blood-soaked chunk of rebar against his victim's face, taller and shorter, wider and narrower frames of an assortment of children pushed past the slack-jawed boy, swatting away the hand which still rested on the door to the next room. It wasn't until then that he managed to pry his eyes away from the twitching man who now fell limp to the floor, his murderer now cutting his darkened gaze to those attempting to escape. "You alright, minion? You're looking a wee bit skittish. I can't stop now, so you're just gonna have to hold it. Pigtails, you still with me? There's no sense covering your eyes, lass. This is a story, not a film." Connor let out a... "No, Beetlejuice. I told you to go before we left. I'm no turning this car around." "Aye, go on then, but we're no waiting for you." Connor let out a strained whine, a whimper he intended to be a scream, but it wouldn't breach his throat. The masked figure got back to his feet, revealing himself to be what the shivering boy assumed to be almost 7 feet tall. As he lowered his weapon to his side, dripping crimson to the widening puddle at his feet, Connor just gazed into the haunting face, looking back at him. It was as though there were no eyes hidden behind that dark gaze, with what appeared to be orange makeup, with that eerie jet black where the mouth and eyes should be, like a grotesque pumpkin hovering above a long, tattered black coat. When the lanky individual took a single step forward, this allowed the quivering boy to reconnect with his motor functions, pushing through the door the other children had slammed shut behind them. Still attempting to make his voice work, he tried to yell out to grab the attention of the others, who were only silhouetted forms drifting into the distance of the fabricated forest before him. His legs feeling as though they were fighting quicksand, he knew he had to either bugger off as quickly as possible or find a fitting place to hide. Pounding his fists against his thighs, he demanded that they obey his will, pushing harder with every desperate step. Finally, his hastened heart rate shot the blood to his extremities, allowing him to run faster than he probably ever had before. The sound of the creaking hinges of the door he left behind, such an agonizing echo, drifting directly into his horror-stricken ears. As he rounded a wide, phony bush set to climb the tree to his left, he almost jumped out of his skin when he all but ran into the shivering preteen boy huddled behind the shrubbery. He didn't stop or try to warn the child that their pursuer was coming, only shook his head as he pushed onward, settling on the next sturdy-looking tree ahead. He didn't look back or pay any attention to the fact that he was waving every bloody branch he touched like a signal flare as he made his way up the tree, looking for hopeful safety. It wasn't until he nestled himself some 15 feet from the ground, battling to keep his breathing shallow, that he allowed himself a hesitant glance back to the path he had chosen. With his bodily tremors making it all the more difficult to keep himself concealed, the boy glared, unblinking, as the hauntingly tall figure approached, the ragged hem of his coat trailing blood in its wake. When the man stopped, right next to the now whimpering child huddled behind the bush, Connor begged himself to look away before what came next. The bald man, with orange concealing his entire head, aside from the blackened highlights, looked to his right, studying the wee lad who glared up at him. For a moment, they just stared at one another, almost as if the eerie figure was attempting to decide what to do next. Connor briefly considered that perhaps this grotesque beast would not harm a child, that he may yet survive this night. But as that smeared pumpkin raised its haunting gaze to meet the one still trembling in that tree, that dark smile growing ever wider, he knew this was wishful thinking at best. With one swift swipe, not breaking his gaze from the one upon the tree branch, the man thrust his already dripping weapon against the head of the boy behind the bush. That one hit was all it took to to almost split the head in two, bursting it apart like a water balloon to a brick wall. When the small-framed boy slumped to the floor, his wee legs still kicking ever so slightly, the man in the blood-stained coat looked back to the path ahead. He just strolled nonchalantly onward, not as much as glancing back up to the boy, shivering so much that he almost dropped from his perch. For what felt like hours, he just stayed in that spot, battling to not glance down at the gory sight below. He had to believe that his parents would have gotten worried about him by now, that they would run in any moment to carry him back out to safety. Of course, as he considered this wish to hastily depart this park and never look back, another thought occurred to him. If the man he had already witnessed putting two innocent victims to a grisly end had entered through the same door as him, could those on the outside have met a similar fate as those who lay bloody upon the floor of this funhouse of true horror? So he just sat there, attempting to make out the slightest of sounds beyond the sticky fluids still spritzing to the bush beneath this branch. Only silence greeted his ears. No screams, no meaty impacts, no scampering footfalls or slow-paced steps. Nothing. After a few moments of seconds feeling exaggerated to minutes and hours, Connor hesitantly made his return to the fabricated grassy floor below. Whipping his gaze upward when his eyes turned immediately to the pummeled face still oozing behind that shrubbery, he considered which direction to be his best route to safety. He glanced to the direction in which he had been fleeing before hastily climbing the false tree. He whipped his head back to the door through which he had entered this wretched, phony forest. Only one room between him and the lobby that way, but the door had swung shut behind him, leaving no exit from that darkened room. Yet the rock and hard place he was caught between felt all the more tormenting with each breath he took, but his feet picked his destination before his wee mind had a chance to chime in. He would plunder forward through my little funhouse, bracing himself for whatever may lie ahead. Certain there was no easy way out behind him, this seemed a more logical choice to his fragmenting wee brain. Those first few steps were the most difficult to achieve, his legs shaking so violently he was certain they would give out beneath him. But every one became a little more confident than the last, transforming to a more focused stride by the time the next door came into view. Well, welcome back, wee Beetlejuice. That must have been a number 2 after all. Oh, didn't he give me that look? Everyone poops for crying out loud. Even you, pigtails. No, I will not catch you up. It's no my fault you couldn't hold it any longer. Sheesh. Alright, you settled? Yeah? Okay, where were we? Oh, the next room. As Connor hesitantly nudged the unlatched door ajar, he was almost shocked to see that the next room wasn't a room at all, but the exit back to the outside world. Even more puzzling to the already scattered senses of the lad was the silence that greeted his ears, all the more unsettling than the sight of only vacant rides and unmanned stalls. He wandered out, his wee heart beating against the inside of his sternum, his steps all the more reluctant than those more confident ones up until this point, his legs shaking as he practically hobbled down the 3 steps that led to the concrete ground. He kept darting his eyes from one side to the other in search of anyone, but there wasn't a hint of any life beyond his own. Wandering around the side of the building, keeping close to the exterior walls, his ears were still on guard, just as much as his quivering eyes. When he arrived back in front, only a wee jump from where he sit right now, his legs turned to useless noodles, dropping his arse to the pavement at the sight of the varying pools of crimson glistening in the ambient lighting around him. There were no bodies, only puddles of where several may have lain, gushing their fluids to the concrete. But he didn't need to see any corpses to fear that he may be the last man standing in this otherwise deserted park. Stumbling back to his gelatinous legs, he screamed out, not even taking the time to consider that this may draw the attention of the only other person he worried may be lurking about. He fled past more vacant stalls and roller coasters, still gliding across the tracks with no passengers on board. Certain he was now completely alone, aside from the one who may very well put his life to a sticky and gruesome end, he continued to call out his hopeless wails. He just ran, his wee legs aching with every step, his pulse quickening with sheer panic all the more. When he heard a distant voice, however, one that sounded to be in as much of a frenzied state as himself, both the fear and hesitant jubilation gripped him in equal measures. Yes, the howling voice of a panicked adult female sounded just as anguished as his own hopeless shrieks, but he wasn't alone after all. On top of that, after that almost agonized wail, when the sound of multiple footsteps reached his ears, he felt hope spark in his throbbing chest. Yes, given the fear in that scream, he had no doubt that one set of clomping feet belonged to the one from whom he was desperate to escape. But if his senses weren't betraying him, he was certain there was at least 2 others in pursuit. His desire to track down someone, anyone besides his own chaotic thoughts, his decision was made before he even understood. Though his legs were quivering and his feet aching, he pushed himself onward in the direction of those hastened steps, growing louder by the second. Rounding a corner, past the vacant line to one of the more popular roller coasters, one which had been filled beyond its capacity only a little while ago, he skidded to a halt so aggressively that he tumbled to the ground, his eyes transfixed to the scene playing out before him. The still spinning but unmanned carousel some 40 feet ahead may have had no passengers, but was not so vacant as every other ride he had passed. That howling scream sounded all the more visceral as the flailing blonde woman pressed to the ground, begged for release. As the masked figure in the long, tattered, and now positively blood-caked coat held a broken bottle high, preparing to plant it into the throat of his victim, multiple gunshots rang out in succession. Feeling a spark of hope awakening within, the wee lad scuffled back to his feet as the short and stocky, brown-haired officer approached the haunting figure who now slumped to the concrete. His footsteps still reluctant, but not quite as shaky as before, the boy began to wander closer to the grisly scene before him, freezing in his tracks once more when the situation took a turn for the far more grotesque. As the officer hesitantly approached the still twitching body of the man he had gunned down, he wouldn't let his guard drop. Speaking of guards, the other bloke with him, a tall and wiry security guard. Ugh, 3 mentions of guard in a row? What sort of bloody storyteller am I? Yeah, sorry about that. You still good, minion? Your gut's still bubbling a wee bit? Okay. The security person was still a ways behind the cop, as he was only armed with little more than a healthy-sized flashlight, and appeared to be trembling harder than the young boy. But the second the officer kicked the bottle from the grip of the limp figure on the ground, the pumpkin-faced monstrosity practically leaped back to his feet. Before the poor bugger could squeeze off another round, the man whipped his hand around the poor bloke's neck, pushing his head into the still spinning carousel. With every sculpted horse that made contact with a meaty thunk, more fragments of the now spasming officer's skull peeled away, the flesh and bone raining across the already gore-lined coat of his murderer. When he finally dropped the body to the ground beside the still whimpering woman, he just studied the violently trembling security guard, still gazing on, slack-jawed. After that brief moment, he leaned down, lifting his discarded bottle from beside the twitching cop, and silencing the whining woman for good by burying the jagged glass into her neck. As the sticky fluids gushed from around the bottle and spurted through its top, drenching the tattered coat in more... You need a minute, Pigtails? You're looking a wee bit green around the gills. You sure? I mean, I can stop now if... Alright. If you're gonna spew. Okay, if you say so. You good, minion? Beetlejuice, you're looking a wee bit pale yourself. Alright then. Those dark, empty sockets cut from the quaking security person back to the boy, now frozen in his tracks. That blackened gaze, now transfixed with Connor's leaking eyes, the smeared orange head tilting from one side to the other, looking thoroughly perplexed, or his expression in any way legible. As the haunting figure began pacing toward the lad, the security guard backing away before scampering off in the opposite direction, Connor took off in a flat-out sprint. His side was splitting within seconds, with his heart threatening to burst within his chest, but he wouldn't slow down, certain he would meet his sticky end if he did. When the footsteps to his back picked up their pace, matching every step the boy took, desperate to find sanctuary, the Rigby lad just knew he hadn't a chance of outrunning his pursuer. Not only was he already beyond winded, but with his own burning legs being considerably shorter than those matching his strides, it would only be a matter of moments until that monstrous form closed the gap. Finally, without a hope of pushing his exhausted body any further, the boy fell to the concrete, gasping for every labored breath. He knew he was finished, that whatever that thing was would catch up any second. He had reached the end of his road and the last semblance of hope. Rolling onto his back, leaning up to the best of his ability, his eyes once more met those of inevitability before him. Scuffling his wee bum across the ground, kicking his heels against the pavement, he knew he couldn't escape, but wouldn't he yield in his pitiful efforts to extend those final moments of his life. Gazing upon every stain left in the wake of each victim of this grotesque creature, before looking back to those eerily dark eyes, every last shred of hope poured upon his sweat-lined shirt in a river of tears. When the man just stopped in place, only a foot or two from where the boy still wept onto the concrete, they just glared at each other again.
What are you waiting for?
Connor stuttered, suddenly begging for this to be over already. Once more, the tall and slender figure just tilted its head, as though confused by this outburst. After some minutes spent with the two just studying each other, the man reached into his coat, slipping a lengthy, serrated blade from inside. The boy just tensed from head to toe, his shivering only interrupted for a moment before transforming to a near spasming state. Outstretching the knife before it, turning the slender wrist from one side to the other, almost as if to allow the kid to fully take in every detail of the weapon that would be snuffing him out, the blade was released to the ground, before being nudged closer to the boy with a foot still hidden beneath the tattered coat. Perplexed enough to almost interrupt the flow of his tears, Connor just glanced from the discarded blade and back to the one who now gestured with a nod, as though instructing the boy to pick it up. Without taking the time to consider the true motivations behind this, he leapt forward, snatching the weapon up, brandishing it like a sword before him. The pumpkin-faced monstrosity slowly lifted its crimson-stained hand to his coat again, snapping the buttons loose one by one. as he pulled open the sticky, gore-lined garment, revealing a sickeningly pale, emaciated, and bony chest covered in intricate tattoos and tattered jeans, speckled with as many gruesome stains as the coat. Connor began to tremble all the more. Gently lowering to its knees, the figure then raised its bloody mitt to its face, digging its fingernails into the side of its cheek. Connor let out a horrified yelp as the thing pierced its own flesh, slowly peeling it away like a mask. Because that's exactly what it was. Something that took the boy some time to fully register, as that yelp transformed into a high-pitched shriek of pure terror. As the thing finished tearing away the orange, black, and scarlet speckled latex, tossing it to the side like a used mask he didn't even want to wear anymore. Connor found himself no longer gazing upon a monster, but a man. A man who appeared almost harmless now as he pulled open his coat once more. A man who was far more familiar to the glassy eyes of the trembling boy than he could fully accept. Right here, a soft and almost friendly voice said, pointing to where his almost sunken sternum ended while gripping the hem of his coat, "Just push it up with all your might." Connor just glared, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, his body shuddering so violently he could barely keep a grip on the clean and, as yet, unused knife. Shaking his head only slightly more erratically than his bodily spasms, the almost kind face before him began to contort into something almost as monstrous as the discarded mask. "Do it!" the man screamed, his voice a maniacal howl of madness. "Do it! And become... me." Again, the boy began to scuffle back, stumbling to his feet, still brandishing the knife with both hands outstretched. "Don't you dare walk away from me!" The man far more confidently got back to his feet, his posture hunched as he gazed down upon the lad. Connor continued to back away, while the stranger again matched every step. When his retreat was stopped short, as his back planted against something solid, however, the boy feared he had only one option left: to obey the stranger's demand, or join the others he had laid to rest. As the haunting figure stopped right in front of the kid, he once more dropped to his knees, now looking the boy straight in the eyes. Somewhere between his quaking body, the endless stream of tears blurring his vision, and the sensation of the flesh pushing slightly against the very tip of the blade he held, Connor finally understood why this man looked so familiar.
"No,"
the boy whimpered as he looked into the eyes he had seen reflected in the mirror countless times before. The face before him was more wrinkled, more sunken, and far more pale than his own, but he understood everything now. Though he couldn't truly know how old this version of himself had grown, the years had clearly not been kind. "We were always headed for this," the man said, his own eyes beginning to leak. "All you need is that first taste. That first taste of blood." Connor shook his head again, mentally pleading for any semblance of an escape. "Take mine. Kill me. Seal your fate. And mine." Releasing the blade from his grip, having only allowed his elder doppelganger to inflict no more than a surface wound on himself, the boy howled a more hopeless wail than he had yet. He pushed that emaciated chest, toppling the man to the concrete, taking one step forward and spinning to face what his back had planted against. When his eyes met a more perplexing sight, a door in frame with no walls on either side or above, as though it sprouted from the ground itself, he almost lost track of the fact he was not alone. His marbles returning before he could be jumped from behind, he spun to face his grotesque reflection, now lifting himself from the concrete, the haunting mask having somehow returned to his tormented face. As those blood-stained hands reached out for him, he practically darted for the door, which didn't really require much effort as he was standing right in front of the ruddy thing. He gripped the knob, screaming out his pleas to be granted entry to whatever lay beyond, throwing it open and launching himself over the threshold. Before he had a chance to turn and slam the door behind him, it closed of its own accord, almost inspiring him to jump out of his skin. He just stared at the door, the fluorescent lights flickering on above him. There was no pounding from the other side, no jiggles of the knob from his distorted mirror image attempting to enter. Only silence. Turning again to see what lay before him, he found himself in a wide and empty room with dark red carpet across the floor and a similar hue covering the walls and ceiling. There was another door right in the back of the room, parallel to the one from which he now edged away. As he paced forward, nearing his hopeful exit, with every hesitant step, he wished for nothing more than to find his way back to the loving embrace of his parents. His mind flashed with a collage of imagery, representing every tantrum and each exhausted expression of his folks over the span of a short life. He remembered so clearly every single harsh word he had spat in their direction, every time he had pounded on and kicked walls, whether in private or public, not caring about anyone or anything, only that he got his way. He saw the strain in his mother's eyes, and the stress on his father's, wanting nothing more than to apologize to them for all of it. Pushing through the door, bracing himself for whatever new horrors may lie ahead, he could barely believe his eyes when he looked upon those he so desperately wanted to make all the pain go away. Realizing he was looking back out into the park, with the people coming and going in either direction, he took one more hesitant glance to his rear, as hinges squealed behind him. With the door through which he had entered now wide open, his jaw once more fell limp at the sight of that familiar hall of mirrors. No bodies lay oozing on the floor, as they had when he had fled from it before, but it wasn't completely vacant. As he made eye contact with the lone, undistorted, warped, or bowed mirror, he once more looked upon the grotesque reflection of what he could be. Those dark, sunken sockets glaring back at him, that orange mask seamless to his face, that tattered coat caked with sticky gore. And without a second thought, Connor sped through the entrance back to the world beyond my little funhouse, wrapping his wee arms around both of his parents the second he closed the gap. "Whoa, kiddo," Mr. Jacob Rigby said with a weary chuckle. "Was it really that scary in there?"
Yeah,
Connor said, choosing not to get into his experience, only grateful that it was over. "But you're only in there, what, a few minutes?"
It felt like longer,
the boy said with a winded laugh. As the group began to walk away, the boy pleasantly requesting that they head back home, his parents caught off guard by his far less demanding demeanor, Connor gave one last glance back at me. I, being the gentleman I am, simply tipped my hat to the lad, offering him my most innocent smile. "Really? That's the part that makes you scream, pigtails? It's not that bad." Over the year that followed that night, though it took some time to truly change his ways, Connor managed to prove to his parents that he was not the monster they feared he would become. Yes, they never returned to this pleasant little funhouse, nor this park, but the elder Rigbys, for the first time in over a decade, they were finally content with the fact that Jacob hadn't the good sense to pull out, that they had chosen to become parents a decade or so prior to that trip. Of course, though the young boy himself felt more at peace than he ever had before, deep down in places he would never admit aloud, he enjoyed revisiting the memory of his visit to my funhouse of horror. That the imagery etched into the recesses of his mind, that of sticky fluids oozing from grotesque wounds carved into the flesh, would bring him a smile in the wee hours of the morning. They want me to lie ahead for Connor Rigby. Well, only time will tell that tale, just as I've spun this one to you little tykes now. Now, who's ready to head on in and find out what glorious sights await you in Damien Stitch's Funhouse of... Oi, where you going? Didn't he run off? At 2 pigtails? Maybe I should have told them the one about the puppets.
Kelly doesn't notice the masked man moving in the shadows, but I see him coming from a mile away. He moves slowly behind the bushes, keeping low in an attempt to stay out of sight. His eyes never leave us as he stalks his prey. I have to admit, he's good. Much better than the others that we've encountered so far. Not quite good enough, though. Suddenly, he makes his move. Leaping from the foliage, the man lets out a ferocious yell as he extends his arms towards us. Kelly yelps and quickly takes 2 steps back before grabbing my arm. I wave once at the man as he slinks back off into the shadows. I squeeze Kelly's shoulder in what I hope is a comforting manner as we continue on. I smile reassuringly down at her, but I'd be lying if I said that a part of me isn't stating emphatically that I told her so. Last year, we came to Arcadian Heights together for the annual Nights of Fear Halloween event. The same areas of the park had been designated for actors to wander around and scare visitors, and she hadn't handled them well then, even though last year we had paid extra for the glowing necklaces that signaled to those actors not to jump scare us. This year she had insisted that she wanted the entire experience, so we hadn't purchased those necklaces. She's been jumping like a scared rabbit every single time a costumed actor comes anywhere close to her. I'm not sure what she was expecting. These are called fright zones for a reason. To her credit, though, she hasn't asked to leave or purchase one of those necklaces. She said that she was going to do something, and now she's seeing that promise through. Whether it's because of determination or simply stubbornness, it's admirable. I decide to take pity on her. "You want to go on that?" I ask, pointing at the entrance to a nearby ride. I've heard it's really amazing at night. "Sure, yeah," Kelly answers, the relief obvious in her voice. I look up at the massive roller coaster as we approach. It's called the Phantom Predator, and while I've ridden it many times during the day, I've never done so at night. It looks a lot more impressive with the purple and green neon lights lit up along its twists and loops. As I watch, a car full of riders goes racing by. The lights reflecting off of it makes it look even more eerie. The arch marking the entrance to the line is made up to look like the gaping mouth of a shadowy monster. We pass underneath the long wooden fangs and into the ride queue. It's not nearly as full as I would have thought. I guess that makes sense. The rides aren't the main reason that people come to Nights of Fear. The fright zones and haunted house attractions are. I'm sure that the Phantom Predator will get busier as the night progresses, but as things stand now, we're not going to have to wait long. The barriers turn to the right. As we make the turn, Kelly's hand brushes up against mine. That moment of contact is enough to send my mind racing. I try to pull those thoughts back. There's no point to them, at least right now. Despite my best efforts, I find myself glancing down at her. I'm quite a bit taller than she is, and I mostly get a view of the top of her blonde hair. I shake my head in frustration. This is just stupid. We've been dating for years and been friends even longer. There's absolutely no reason for me to be this nervous around her for any reason. I am, though. There's absolutely no denying how nervous I am. I'm going to be asking her to make a huge life change. If I propose to her, put everything on the line and tell her that I want to spend the rest of my life with her, and she doesn't want to take that step with me, it will be impossible to go back to the way things are now. Everything would be different and awkward and like walking on eggshells all the time. Like I said, it's stupid. I'm sure that she'll say yes. There's no reason for all of this idiocy on my part. I look for something else, anything else, to focus on while we make our way through the queue. There isn't much. Unlike the main areas of the park, the ride lines haven't been decorated for the event. Luckily, we reach the front of the line less than 15 minutes after we enter it. My suffering is short. My suffering. Jesus. I sound like a first-year English major that thinks he's a genius, yet misunderstood poet. I've let this go on way too long. The minute we get off this ride, I'm going to find someplace quiet and have a talk with Kelly. I'll get down on one knee and propose. I have no idea exactly what I'll say, or how I'll make it romantic in a place like this, but I'll just have to figure it out. I've got the ring with me. I want to spend the rest of my life with her. The rest is just details. There's no time to think about that now, though. Our car has arrived. It slides into the station hanging down from the track rather than sitting on top of it like most roller coasters. Its smooth metal and plastic is painted black with a snakeskin pattern. Yellow eyes have been drawn on the front of the car. The car is designed to look like a serpentine animal. Hence the ride's name, the Phantom Predator. The car has 3 rows with 2 seats in each. We're at the top of the stairs as it slides into place and stops, so the attendant walks us over to the front row and motions for us to get in. Kelly takes the seat on the far side, and I sit down in the other one. The Phantom Predator is a pretty intense ride by roller coaster standards. Because of this, getting secured in the seat is a bit of a procedure. I buckle the lap belt and tighten it before pulling the bar in front of me up to my waist. After pushing on it to make sure it's locked in place, I reach up and pull down the shoulder restraint. It's tight against me, but not so much that it's uncomfortable. The shoulder restraint blocks most of my view from side to side. All that I can see of Kelly is her shoes and a bit of her legs. I can hear her and the other riders getting strapped in their seats, though. Each time one of the restraints locks into place, the car rocks slightly. I hear the attendant say something to the operator. There's a loud hiss of escaping air, and the top of the seat begins to tilt forward. In addition to being a hanging coaster, the Phantom Predator lays the riders flat and facing the ground to give the feeling of flying. I smile slightly as my pulse quickens. My nervousness about the upcoming conversation can wait. This ride is always a rush, and now I get to experience it at night. My seat locks into place. For a brief moment, I'm simply staring down at the platform below the car. I look up at the opening a few yards in front of me just as the car jerks and starts moving forward. The bright light of the station gives way to the combination of darkness and neon glow of the outdoor track. The ride begins slowly as the car smoothly follows the track around a small curve. There's a split-second pause at the end of it before the car begins to ascend at a steep angle. This is the first and tallest incline on the Phantom Predator. Knowing what comes once we reach the top, my smile grows into a grin. As we approach the pinnacle of the hill, I look around as best I can from inside the harness. It's a fantastic view of Arcadian Heights. The combination of illuminated rides and the colored lights from the buildings and walkways creates an awe-inspiring spectacle. I don't get much of an opportunity to admire the view, though, as the car rapidly reaches the top. It hangs at the top for just a moment, long enough to build both anticipation and just the faintest hint of unease. Before I can process those feelings, however, the car is plunging downward. Wind whips across my face as I yell out in excitement. The rush is incredible, that mixture of danger and safety that only roller coasters can provide. The darkness of the night only adds to the thrill. Even with the glow from the track, it's impossible to see exactly where the bottom of the hill is. Just as it starts to feel like we're going to smash into the ground, the ride evens out before rocketing off to the left in a slanted turn. I feel wet droplets against my skin. The Phantom Predator extends out over a small man-made lake, and at 2 points in the ride, it comes close enough for fountain spray to reach the passengers. It's not enough to actually get someone wet, just missed them. The curve comes to an end, and once again we're rising upward. The angle isn't as steep as the first hill. The ascent up it is faster though, and within a few seconds we're rocketing back down. The ascent up is faster though, and within a few seconds we're rocketing back down. This is only the build-up. It's to gain enough speed for the next part. My stomach drops as the car goes into the massive loop. First I'm facing towards the ground, then outward, and then upside down. The speed picks up even more as the car enters the loop's downswing. By the time it goes screaming into the next straightaway, we're going faster than at any other point on the ride. I know that the second loop is coming up now. It's not as large as the one we just passed through, but the speed at which you race around it more than makes up for the lack of size. I let out a yelp of excitement as the ascension up the track starts. All of the ride's lights suddenly go out. As we're at the top of the loop. Because I'm upside down, I don't immediately register it. It's not until we're coming down the other side that I realize that I can't see anything at all below. The light has been dimmed throughout the ride, but this is the total absence of that light. It's like I'm blind. We reach the end of the loop and the track flattens out. I know from riding the coaster many times before that there's a small hill coming up, but I can't see it or anything else. I can feel the car starting to lose speed though, and that isn't normally how the ride works. The car arches as it begins up the hill. I can feel it start to crest the top, but there isn't enough momentum to make it over. Instead, the car decelerates even further until it comes to an agonizing halt. We hang there for a pair of heartbeats. Slowly, the car slides backwards back down the hill until it comes to a rest on the straight section of track below. No one says anything for a long moment. The only sounds are the faint creaking of the car as it slowly sways in the track, and the noises of the amusement park somewhere out beyond the dark. "What's going on?" Kelly asks from my left, her voice nervous. "I don't know," I admit. I think it's a power outage." I try to remember where on the ride we're at. If we're between the third hill and the second loop, I'm pretty sure that puts us in one of the two sections of the track over the lake. As my eyes begin to adjust to the darkness, I find that I'm right. I can just make out the surface of the water a dozen or so feet below. I crane my neck upward as far as I can. This part of the lake is blocked off from view from the rest of the park by a ring of trees, but I can just barely make out a faint glow beyond them. I think that only the Phantom Predator has lost power, although I don't know that for sure. "Someone has to be coming to get us," Kelly says, more to herself than to me. "Yeah, of course," I assure her. "Or they'll get the power back on and bring us back to the station. I'm sure we won't be here long." I can hear the other riders talking amongst themselves behind us. Although I can't make out the words, I can still hear the anxious tone behind those words. I have to admit that I'm getting more than a little uncomfortable myself. Being stuck in the dark is bad enough, but hanging face down at the same time is a whole different experience. The minutes pass slowly. There are multiple times where I open my mouth to say something to Kelly, but each time, I close it when I realize that I don't actually have anything to say. It's a strange situation. "Can anyone up at the front see anything?" Someone yells from behind me. "Someone coming for us or anything like that?" When Kelly doesn't reply, I call back, "No, nothing. I can see lights though. I think this is the only thing without power." "Of course it is," another voice chimes in sarcastically. "Just our luck." It's hard to argue that. The odds of this happening when this exact group of people are on the ride at this exact time? Well, I'm not great at math, but even I know those odds have got to be low. "Hey, I think the power's trying to come back on," the first person says. "I can hear the fountains." I turn my attention back to the water below and listen. There's definitely a gurgling sound coming from the lake. It's like the fountains are trying to come back on, but aren't receiving enough power to get to full strength. I wonder if this is more of a brownout than a blackout, a reduction in power rather than the total loss of it. I'm starting to get a headache. Hanging in a face-down lying position in the darkness is disorienting, and whenever I raise my face to look forward, my stomach churns. My arms and legs are also beginning to hurt. The harness and straps keeping me locked in my seat are fine for a short ride, but I've been in them long enough now for them to start really wearing on my body. The car suddenly rocks violently. The riders, myself included, yell out in surprise. For one horrifying moment, I wonder if the car is becoming detached from the track. The rocking slows, however, and after a few seconds, it's still once again. "What the hell was that?" someone behind me demands. "Are we going to fall?" a woman asks in a quavering voice. No one answers her. Everyone falls silent. I grind my teeth nervously as I keep expecting something bad to happen. When nothing does, I slowly force myself to unclench and relax. "What do you think that was?" Kelly asks me, her voice so quiet that I almost can't hear it. "I don't know," I admit. "Do you think that was the power trying to come back on? Or maybe they're doing something to the track to try to get to us?" "Maybe. I don't know." I barely get my reply out before the car rocks again. It's much more gentle than it was the first time, but it's still enough to be noticeable. Although some of the passengers cry out, it isn't as loud this time. Most of them are probably in a similar mental state as I am, where I'm silent not because I wasn't startled, but because I'm in a state of shock. Either because it didn't happen the first time, or it's easier to hear without as much immediate noise. I hear a different sound this time. There's a splash in the water below. I think it's coming from further back in the car than where Kelly and I are positioned, but it's hard to tell for sure. Was that splash from the fountains? Or did something fall off the car and into the water? That thought sends me down a mental spiral. If parts are coming off the car or track, we could be in a lot more trouble than we realize. There's no way for us to get out of these seats. Not with the harnesses making it impossible to reach the releases. The car falling into the water would be a death sentence. I think Kelly has come to the same conclusion. I hear her start to cry in the seat next to mine. I instinctively try to reach out to her, but of course, my harness stops me well short of her arm. "Everything's going to be okay," I tell her lamely, not sure what else to say. She doesn't answer. I don't know if she didn't hear me, or if my words aren't reassuring. It's probably the latter rather than the former. "Is everyone okay?" One of the passengers, a man judging by his voice, asks. "We can't see each other. Call out where your seat is." "I'm in the middle," a woman replies. "Next to you. I'm okay. Scared shitless, but okay." "Front seat left," I call out. "I'm okay." There's a short pause before Kelly chokes out. "Front seat right. I'm okay too." There are 6 seats in the car. There's silence as we wait for the people in the back seats to speak up. The seconds tick by. No one else says anything. "Back seat?" the man yells out. "Can you hear me?" There's still no reply. "Hey, folks," he tries again. "Are you both alright? Say something so that we know that you're alright." No one replies. It might just be my imagination, but it sounds like the bubbling noises below us grow just a bit louder. I think back to the splash I heard after the car rocked for the second time. Had the back riders fallen into the lake somehow? Maybe their harnesses had released when the car shook. That didn't make much sense, though. Simply shaking wouldn't have been enough to trigger the harnesses to open. The ride moved all over the place when it was operating. Even if the harnesses had released, there were still the belts. And wouldn't someone say something? Even if it was just screaming in fear if that had happened? Although I can't really see the lake below us, I know it's not that far. Maybe a 15 to 20 foot drop. If someone fell into it, they wouldn't have fallen far, and we would have heard them swimming or at the very least flailing about. I don't like this, the woman says. Yeah, no shit. I don't like it either. We're stuck out here and now apparently two of our fellow passengers have vanished into thin air. A very morbid part of my mind wonders if they haven't gone anywhere, but are instead hanging dead in the seats. I shake my head in an effort to clear that particular thought out of it. Did they pass out? The woman asks. I'm feeling kind of lightheaded myself. Yeah, that's probably it, the man answers, sounding hopeful but unconvinced. If that's what happened, let's hope they get us off this ride soon. Oh, I'm Carl, by the way. Gina. How about the two of you up there? What are your names? I'm Nathan, I tell him. The woman with me is Kelly. Nathan and Kelly. Nice to meet you both. I wish you weren't meeting while hanging from this damn thing like a stuffed animal in a claw game, but still, nice to meet you. It's a lame joke, but I still chuckle at it. I feel some of the tension leave me. Not much, but definitely some. That was probably Carl's intention. It must have worked on Kelly as well, because I hear her sniff a few times as her sobbing subsides. I smile slightly. This is what happens when she gets nervous or scared. She releases her intense emotions in a momentary breakdown before dusting herself off and facing her problems head on. She's a lot stronger than many people give her credit for. Sorry about that little meltdown, she says sheepishly, keeping her voice loud enough for me to hear, but not the people behind us. I just needed a few minutes. No problem, I assure her. I'm on the verge of a good cry myself. No, you're not, she teases me. You wouldn't know what to do with your emotions if they came with an instruction manual. God, I really wish that I had thought to tie my hair back. I can't keep it out of my face. I can't believe you didn't plan on the ride breaking down. She snorts. Yeah, poor planning on my part, right? Wait, what was that? The tone of her voice rapidly changes as she asks the question. At first I can't figure out what's caught her attention. As I listen, however, I start to hear something moving in the water below. It's not the fountains. Whatever it is, it's moving back and forth at a measured pace. Is that one of the people from the back row? The woman, Gina, asks hopefully. Hello down there, Carl calls out. Can you hear me? As if in response, there's a loud splash from the lake. It's quickly followed by a spray of water droplets that mists over my hands and face. The car is shoved to the right, and it extends out from the side of the track for a pair of heartbeats, before swinging to the other side. It rocks back and forth, slowing with each swing until it settles back into an immobile position. Jesus Christ, Gina exclaims. My God, what the hell was that? I start to tell her that I don't know what happened, but she continues on rapidly before I can. That thing! What the hell was that thing? Carl! Carl, you saw it. You had to have seen it. What was it? Carl doesn't answer. There's more noise in the water below as something thrashes about. Oh God, Gina repeats. It pulled him in. It pulled him under. What the hell are... My head slams into the side of the harness as the car lurches even harder. Water washes over me. Not just a light spray this time, but enough to soak through my clothes. The horrible screech of metal on metal echoes around me. Unlike the other times, The car doesn't settle back into its original position. Instead, it slams back down and locks into an awkward tilt that leaves my left side lower than my right. "What?" Kelly begins. "Quiet," I hiss, cutting her off. There's a new noise. It's the sound of water running off of something and splattering against the surface of the lake. I listen to it move slowly from under the middle section of seating to directly below us. For a split second, I see it moving. It's a black shape against the darkness. I can't make out the details, but whatever it is, it's big. It descends back into the lake with a loud splash. The wind picks up slightly. I start to shiver from the combination of the chilly October air and my soaked clothes. I barely notice. The entirety of my attention is locked directly below me, towards the water and the creature that I can't see, but I know is there. Creature. That word sounds so strange in my head. What I saw moving, though, it wasn't a machine, or some trick my eyes were playing on me, or a barely seen twisted reflection on the lake's surface. It was something alive. There's no doubt about that in my mind, despite how hard my mind is working to reject that realization. "Holy shit," Kelly whispers. I don't answer. Whatever that thing was, it must be what rocked the car. It did so 4 times, and now 4 people are silent or gone or dead or whatever the hell has happened to them. The riders have been talking loudly before the attacks. Did the noise draw it to us? Kelly swears again, and this time there's an answer from below. Something churns and splashes around in the water. She must hear it too, because she sharply inhales before falling silent. Okay. We just have to stay quiet. Everything is going to be fine if we just stay quiet. The noises below are growing louder and more aggressive. Any second now, it's going to reach up and do to us whatever it did to the other riders. Or maybe it knows we're here, but because we're being quiet, it doesn't know exactly where. Maybe all of this thrashing around is, trying to provoke a reaction from us. Trying to get us to make noise. I immediately latch onto that thought and cling to it. If that's what's happening, we have a real chance to survive this. I try not to think about what happens when the power comes back on, and the ride itself makes noise as it starts back up. As if the universe has decided to pick up and run with that, the car creaks loudly as it adjusts itself back into a flat position from the angle it was stuck at. Water erupts upwards as the creature emerges and slams into the car directly above our seats. It's close enough for me to see it now. It's some kind of black tentacle-like protrusion. It's roughly the width of my body. It's covered in thin spines or needles, and smaller thin tentacles the length of my index finger extend from the flesh and writhe around them. This isn't the creature itself. It's just a limb. There's something far worse waiting in the lake. The tentacle remains still as it grips the top of the car. It takes me a few seconds to realize that I'm holding my breath. How sensitive is this creature's hearing? If I release the breath, will that be enough to draw its attention to me? Can it hear our hearts beating? I struggle to think straight. If it could hear something that minute, we'd already be dead. As I watch those small protrusions twist and squirm, however, it feels like logic and reason are the last things that have any place in what's happening. My lungs are burning. I hold on for as long as I can, but eventually, I am forced to release the breath. I let it out as quietly and as slowly as possible. I can barely hear it in my own ears, but the creature must be hearing it somehow, as the tentacle slides a bit downward and towards my seat. The protrusions stop their writhing and go straight as they point towards me. It knows where I am. Any second now, it's going to make contact with my body, and I'm going to die. The panic is starting to take over. I search for some way to force the tentacle away, or at the very least draw its attention away. If only I could get myself out of this fucking harness. I don't know what I'd do if I could, but at least I wouldn't be completely trapped in place like I am. Hell, I can't even reach out to try to defend myself because of how my shoulders are pinned back. An idea comes to me. I don't know where it comes from. It's a little terrifying that I'm capable of having such a thought. It's not just distasteful or wrong. This thought is evil. A voice in the back of my head tells me that's wrong. There's nothing evil about wanting to preserve your own life. In fact, there's an argument to be made that doing anything necessary to save yourself is both the legal and the moral thing to do. It's textbook self-defense. No, there's no way that I'm going to do it. Even if it worked, I couldn't live with myself. The tentacle and its many feelers come even closer. It's an agonizingly slow pace. There isn't much distance left for it to cover, and I don't have much time before it reaches me. I close my eyes as I struggle with the dilemma. I just need more time. More time to think things through. More time to come up with something else. Anything else. This can't be the only way. I open my eyes again and look at the creature's limb. The long and short of it is, I don't have more time, and I can't think of anything else. If I don't want to die, this is the only possible way to save myself. My hand is moving down to my side almost before I make my decision. I think a part of me knew that I would be making this choice the second the thought had entered my mind. I don't know what that says about me, but at this exact moment, I don't care about that. All that matters is doing what needs to be done. While I can't extend my arms out in front of me because of the harness, I can still move them up and down. Making as little noise as I can, I slip my right hand into my pocket and wrap my fingers around the object inside. I pull my hand back out slowly and put the velvet-covered box on my knee. This is going to be the trickiest part. Gripping the sides of the box with my middle finger and thumb, I use my forefinger to slowly raise the lid. Carefully, I keep the box pushed against my knee as I remove the engagement ring. I hesitate. Am I really going to do this? I set my jaw. The decision has been made. If I want to live, I'm doing this. And I do want to live. It's as simple as that. Just as the tentacle is about to make contact with my face, I throw the ring to my right. The band strikes Kelly's harness, bouncing off of it with a loud metallic ding. The tentacle whips over towards it and out of my view. I hear Kelly scream in fear and pain. There's an audible crack as the car swings towards that side. Her scream instantly cuts off. It's replaced by a wet, gurgling sound. Another crack, and the tentacle slides back off of the car and down into the water. I didn't get a good look at it as it disappears, but I think it was wrapped around something. It's not hard to guess what that something is. I could be wrong. That keeps echoing in my head over and over again. I could be wrong. Kelly could be fine, still locked safely in her seat and simply keeping quiet to stop the creature from coming back. There's no way to know for certain. I had to do what I did. There was no other choice. I had to. Didn't I? Yeah, of course I did. It was like an animal chewing off its leg to escape a trap. Sometimes You have to make difficult decisions in life. That's what had happened here. It's stupid to worry about this now. I can sort through things later. At this exact moment, I need to concentrate on staying as still and as quiet as I can. Okay. Good. It's working. There's no sounds coming from below me. I'm nervous and I'm sweating, but I'm keeping things under control. All that I need to do is wait for the power to come back on, and everything is going to be okay. With some effort, I get my muscles to relax. I feel something slip out of my fingers. In horror, I realize that I forgot that I was holding the ring box. I can't see it falling through the darkness, but I do hear the splash it makes as it lands in the lake. The tentacle bursts back out of the water and comes right for me. There's no time to react before it presses up against me. Sharp spines dig painfully into my skin, and I can feel the smaller protrusions moving against my body. I open my mouth to scream. I barely get anything out before the black flesh clamps down over my face. More of the spikes pierce my lips and cheeks, with one going in far enough to pin my tongue down to my jaw. Agony erupts from 1,000 places at once. I can't breathe. I can't move. This is more than the weight of the tentacle. I'm completely paralyzed. What has this thing done to me? The massive limb pulls back. The harness breaks off the car, and I'm lifted out of my seat as the belt snaps. I try desperately to get air into my lungs. I can't draw in the smallest of breaths. I feel my body moving downward through the air as my vision swims and my thoughts grow quieter. Everything starts to feel small, far away. I'm only a distant observer to what's happening. The world slows. My descent goes from rapid to a crawl. I allow my eyes to gently close. Can't feel the pain anymore. Actually, I can't feel anything anymore. I can't remember what's happening, but that's okay. Whatever it is, doesn't matter anyway. I barely notice the water closing in around me as I'm consumed by the darkness.
I was in an unfamiliar place, my surroundings dark, haunting, and bizarre. I would say I found myself there upon waking up, but I didn't awaken as much as I just became aware. I didn't feel groggy or fatigued in any way. I was just simply there. I had no memory of anything that had come before as I turned my head from side to side, my eyes meeting what appeared to be an ancient amusement park. Dried out moss and dead leaves covered the structures and cracked concrete beneath my feet. Foggy and broken glass upon tarnished and crumbling walls of small buildings and shacks, along with the rusted beams and bolts barely holding what were once rides together. I looked down at my body, finding the drab, dark gray jumpsuit as unfamiliar as everything else around me. My foreign fingers contouring the stubbled flesh of my face, running through my thick, somewhat wavy hair. I pulled strands to my field of vision, making out a muted, dusty brown, but I didn't recognize it. Wherever I was, every color was as muted and dull as those of my own hair and garments. My boots looked black, but layered in dust, as though they had been hidden away in this ancient and forgotten place before I slipped them upon my feet. Though the windows were caked in what I was inclined to call the sands of time, I managed to clear away a spot on one of the broken down old shops just across from where I stood. I couldn't make out much of my reflection, but I did not know the man who stood before me looking back. He looked to be around his late 20s or early 30s, if I had to guess. His eyes appeared a good decade older than the rest of his face, along with the sprinklings of gray throughout his thick and unkempt beard stubble. He wore a dark and also somewhat dusty jumpsuit with a name tag on the left pocket of his chest. Richard, the sewn-on patch read. Great, I thought aloud with a sigh. I'm a dick. I stared at this unrecognizable image upon the foggy glass for some time, neither locating the memory of the man glaring back at me, nor feeling compelled to get moving. Though it appeared that I was alone in this desolate and somewhat melancholy place, I had no idea as to what I should be attempting to find, should I choose to look around. Granted, standing in place attempting to find anything familiar about the man staring bewildered into my eyes wasn't as much as causing the locked-up gears in my head to start spinning again, but with my surroundings being as foreign as my own reflection, I legitimately could not narrow down my next steps. Ultimately, cutting my gaze from my own eyes, feeling both annoyed by the lack of any useful information cracking through my skull, I understood that I was accomplishing nothing by remaining in place. With that realization, I shoved my hands into my pockets and began to wander away from the broken-down old storefront. Though I was far more than unsettled by my circumstances, I couldn't deny that there was a strange sort of haunting beauty to my surroundings. The seemingly ancient roller coasters, carousels, and dried-up water slides looked as though mine were the only eyes to perceive them in centuries, something that left me in awe in a bizarre sort of way. Regardless of the silence around me, the clumping footsteps of my heavy work boots caused barely an echo, only a muffled, hollow clapping against the split concrete. Though I was nervous about my uncertain stroll through this museum of forgotten things, I found it strange that I didn't feel more afraid. Yes, my thoughts were in a sort of relaxed chaos, but my pulse was soft, and my body was not even tensed up. I was aware of my heartbeat, that regular thumping against my eardrums and lazy throbbing in my chest, but it didn't seem hastened in any way. Just there. Even when the first sounds beyond my busy mind, digging for any fragment of a memory, met my ears, I felt somewhat excited, but not as apprehensive as I probably should have been under the circumstances. I continued to casually saunter in the direction of that muffled, shuffling noise, but I didn't feel compelled to rush toward it. As I paced toward a corner, the broken down and faded sign above what appeared to have once been a waiting area, I felt my feet hesitating, regardless of my mind's desire to continue on. The name assigned to the ride, to which this now vacant line led, struck a familiar chord with me I couldn't quite reach. The only letters remaining, basically the left side of the sign, which was only slightly less deformed than the rest, read P-H-A-P-R-E. Fapre? I thought aloud, the gears slowly gripping onto the vague memory. Phantom Predator? This was one of the more popular rides amongst these other relics. How could I know that? This place looked practically untouched by anything other than time for, years? Decades? Centuries? Sure, I ended up here, somehow or another, but how would I know anything about a place long since dead? As I gazed, perplexed by the recollections attempting to form in my otherwise blank slate of a mind, somewhere in the distance of my thoughts, that shuffling sound had grown considerably louder. It was still muted, just like everything else in this damned place, but I knew that whatever was causing that unsettling noise was emitting from only feet or yards away at most. Glancing back up to the oddly bewildering sign and to the path veering to the right, I felt my pulse begin to grow more erratic than it had since I came back to awareness. My footsteps both hesitant and as stealthy as I could make them, I let out a shuddering breath as I approached what may lie ahead. They came into view the instant I rounded that corner, some 80 to 100 feet away, if I were to wager a guess. Each of the ripped, torn, and shredded bodies stood in a row, looking barely aware of the grotesque wounds inflicted upon their seemingly lifeless frames. Though I didn't take the time to count, as I almost immediately nestled myself in the dried-out bushes alongside the wide path. After the initial shock subsided, anyway. I would say there were a good 30 of them, at least. Every one of them looked like a gory puzzle, pieced back together in one semi-solid structure. Limbs, looking as though they had once been peeled away, hung from the pale and blood-soaked figures, with bare bone and muscle exposed. What appeared to be chunks missing, as though something massive chewed into their flesh, revealed more of the meaty tissue of what once made these poor souls tick. Faces with jagged ditches, barely sealed back shut, shards of the jawbone and skull piercing through from inside, snapped ribs jutting from the chests and sides, and even shards of ragged spine dangling from behind. Intestines and disembodied organs dragged the ground as these pitiful creatures gradually moved their broken bodies forward. My own guts were churning from the sight of these grotesque remnants, my mind reeling from the implication of what this vision meant for me. My hands were patting down my own body in search of mortal wounds, while my welling eyes could not break from the sights before them. I could barely convince myself of what this all meant. Things became a good deal more clear when my gaze drifted toward the front of the assembly of those ripped from the world in a most brutal fashion. When I noticed the haunting figure guiding these poor creatures to, I assume, somewhere far beyond my understanding, I almost gasped aloud. At first, it appeared as nothing more than a dark, smoky imitation of a living thing, with tendrils of wispy fog catching the non-existent wind. As it shifted itself, outstretching a slender, almost glossy black limb from its misty form, I could see that the translucent gray smog surrounding it almost seemed to be its clothing. As it turned its attention to the path ahead, to where a subtle yet vibrant glow illuminated from a ways before it, I made out more of the slim stature through the ever-shifting cloud-like robe. Whose body was humanoid in its proportions, and seemed little more than a skeleton, layered in that slick tar-like flesh. The wispy dark fog encasing it, covering its face like a hood pulled low, with almost vine-like tentacles of that smoke branching from its back. As it lifted its arm again, waving it in a gesture I would assume to instruct the others to follow, the misty sleeve appeared to split for a moment before wrapping itself back around the hauntingly thin limb. It was like the arm moved faster than the smoke, causing it to have to catch up, like some insane sort of sentient fog. As a whole, while that thing moved toward the light, with those broken husks in tow, the robe continued its course of drifting slightly behind each movement. It was almost mesmerizing to look at, but not enough to distract me from the fear of the truth of my predicament. I just stayed in place, controlling my almost spasming body to the best of my ability, terrified I would draw the attention of those I gazed upon, should my trembling rustle the dead leaves any more. Sure, even the hollow footsteps of the group formed not even the slightest of echoes, just a constant pulsing sound, like a slowed-down version of my now rapid heartbeat, but I wasn't about to take any chances. Though I couldn't make out what it was that provided that glow from where they were headed, I saw a series of flickering flashes as each body vanished from my view. The way the light rippled, it made me think of pebbles being tossed into a still lake, leaving me to assume that's very similar to what was happening here. That they were passing through the surface of whatever this reality was, to whatever lies beneath. Once the last figure disappeared, with one final flash of that eerie glimmer, the illumination faded, returning the path ahead to that same muted blur as the rest of this bizarre place. This vague echo of a genuine, intangible reality from which I feared I may be led soon, inspired a terror which grew all the more apparent as I reluctantly separated myself from my hiding spot. It stood only a handful of steps from me, its eyes cutting through the wispy smoke of its lowered hood in a shimmering orange glow, far more vibrant than anything else I had witnessed since coming back to awareness. The skeletal structure of its eerie, slender frame was all the more haunting from as close as we now stood. It outstretched its bony hand, gesturing in a come-hither motion, the almost jerky motion of its fingers an unsettling contrast to the wispy tendrils entwining with its limbs and torso. I could feel it drawing me closer, as though part of me wished for nothing more than to experience its clammy and cold embrace. But only part of me. The rest of me, the fragments of my mind and body of which I still had full control, begged for any semblance of release from what that thing had in store for me. There was no inner debate, the horrified thoughts of what was coming kicking my weakening legs into action before that entranced and near hypnotized portion could offer anything in response. I had no way of knowing if it would be possible for me to escape the clutches of this abomination of sentient black clouds and charred bone, but I wasn't about to resign myself to whatever fate it decided without trying everything I could to return to the life I left behind, if that's even what was going on in this fucked up fever dream of a reality. As I ran in the direction away from that creature, that part of me it had already seduced practically pleaded for me to stop. I heard words I could not fully understand echoing into my eardrums, battling against my thundering pulse for dominance, but I wouldn't stop. I wouldn't slow or chance a single glance to my rear. I had to remember. I had to find a way of learning who I was before I was here, or how I even ended up here in the first place. The memories were there. I could feel them nibbling away on my subconscious, as though they began to subtly spark to life when I gazed upon that faded sign. I knew that place. I knew this place, or the reflection of what it once was, before being hidden by this melancholy, fabricated version of the world. If I couldn't find my way back, a very likely scenario at this point, I had to at least know why. Why I was sent here begging for release. Why I was able to resist the allure of that haunting figure while so many other broken husks followed it willingly and seemingly without question. Whether my belief that I could escape was blind hope, or that I was still tethered to the real world I hoped to still exist behind this place. Every rusted, beaten down, and overgrown ride and attraction I drifted by began to inspire another flicker of recognition from my scattered thoughts. Somewhere in the background of my frenzied brain, I heard echoes of laughter and joyous screams. There were overheard discussions of the groups gathered together, awaiting their turn to board. They were there, whispering from the back room of my mind, the door to the things I had forgotten steadily creaking open, but not enough to make out a word of those being spoken. From what I could make out, none of this was directed at me, only events I had possibly witnessed. It's as though I was more of an observer than a participant. I was beginning to form recollections, yes, but I felt not the slightest connection to any of them. I had been running for longer than I can even say, the heaving of my lungs feeling more like something I was supposed to do rather than inspired to by my body weakening. Stopping in place, finally risking a glance behind me, my heavy breathing settled, with no lingering effects of my hastened sprint. My pulse was still racing, but relaxing all the more when I looked upon only more abandoned and foreign attractions from where I had fled. No smoke, no skeletal figures, and no eerie light illuminating from before or behind me. Once more, it would seem that I was alone, something both relieving and hopeless in its own right. The building I propped against, allowing my thoughts to categorize themselves a bit, was one to which I gave no concern. At that moment, it was simply a wall to lean on, resting legs that strangely did not feel the need to relax, with muscles enduring no particular strain. What now transfixed my gaze, however, was possibly the most familiar and most perplexing sight I had witnessed yet. At face value, it looked to be the ticket booth, alongside the restrooms and gate to where I knew a parking lot should be. Though I knew I had lingered on this very sight before, I could barely fathom what lay beyond the reach of this desolate and depressing park. The word void comes to mind, to represent what dwelled beyond the reach of the far less tarnished sign reading Arcadian Heights Amusement Park, but that would lend credence to the idea that nothing was there. What now inspired my jaw to fall limp was more of what I would almost compare to a nebula or cosmic storm. From my viewpoint, it seemed the world just fell short, right at the border between the gate and the vibrant, swirling vortex of the near-endless universe beyond my reach. Like were I to cross the gate, I would simply float away, gripped by the absence of gravity, pulling me into the spiraling, violet, crimson, and turquoise hues of nothing tangible or solid in any way. It was both mesmerizing and absolutely terrifying. The idea that nothing, no life or structures beyond these attractions of long since abandoned frivolity and joy were present in the universe anymore. That when I should leave this place, whether returning to the world above or descending to whatever may dwell below, even this park would cease to be, blending with the cosmos of absent stars and glorious colors. I paced closer to the gate, my head feeling almost one with the vibrant clouds before me, not stopping until my body bumped against the closed gates. My fingers wrapping around the bars, still hypnotized by the wonders upon which I glared. The fear once more began to rule over the wonder of it all. I spun around, my lungs suddenly struggling more than they had yet, even during my horrified sprint for my life. A condition that was all the more exaggerated when my eyes met the building upon which I had been leaning only moments before. The wall itself was nothing special or outstanding from any other I had fled past. The muted color scheme was just as bland and lifeless as everything else within the boundaries of this park, though my mind's eye could so clearly see the far more lively tones of this structure as they should be. In life, I knew those walls to be a light, almost sky blue, similar to those of the now drab and near milky tones of the ticket booth. As I reached for the keychain looped to my belt, the keys not as much as jingling from my touch, only lightly clinking together, I recalled walking through the door on the far right of the wall countless times over the previous years. I had no need to examine the keychain as I unclasped it from my belt, my feet guiding me closer to the familiar door. Without a glance, my muscle memory selected the one required to gain access to the building that was now close enough to touch. With a light click, I gently turned the knob, slipping the key loose and returning the clasp to my hip. There was no light inside, the pitch darkness surrounding me as I strolled in with no hesitation. I needed no illumination to find my way around, not to reach where I was headed, anyway. I absent-mindedly strolled down the hallway, the distant scents of bleach and disinfectant breathing their familiar odor into my nostrils. There was no reason for me to open any of the doors drifting by on either side of me. The building wasn't large by any means, but I didn't need to investigate. I only sought the rear exit, through which my fellow employees and I would go to smoke on her breaks. Pushing open the door, the rusted hinges squealing ever so slightly, I looked upon the familiar railing of the small landing before me and the lengthy, descending staircase to my left. I just walked through, gripping the railing as the memories flooded the forefront of my mind, the scent of lingering nicotine in the air inspiring me to slip my pack from my right pocket. Again, my muscle memory ignited the tip of my cigarette, while my eyes continued to glare blankly across the shadows of the rides and attractions in the distance. Though the sensation was far duller than how I knew it to feel, that first inhale brought a not unwelcome euphoria to my still spinning senses. I could feel my pulse slowing with every beat, gradually regulating to whatever may be normal for this side of reality. Not yet prepared to look to my left, I just turned around, leaning my back against the railing, my eyes unfocused as I repeated the process of lifting my cigarette to my waiting lips. Once my smoke was spent, the butt tossed to the concrete landing and smeared with the tip of my boot, I took one more deep inhale before turning my head to the side. My feet in the air, they were the first thing I saw. The recollection of my body tumbling, almost sending me back on a similar stride. My head jerked to the side as I felt the impact again, the one I had only experienced for the briefest of moments before my eyes blinked back to awareness. Here. I couldn't fully recall what sent me tumbling down the steps, but I know I wasn't exactly in a fun-loving mood. Yeah. I had been in a funk for a few weeks now, ever since Ashley broke things off with me. And we had been fighting for a while by this point. I knew it was coming, but it still knocked the wind out of me. 3 years flushed away in a 5-minute phone conversation. She was right, of course, about the things she said, that I was going nowhere in life, and I was just dragging her down with me. I'm coming up on 30, having spent the last 7 years or so wasting away in this pitiful excuse for a job. I told her I'd become someone in the beginning, but that never happened. I drank my nights away, often slipping quite a few belts from my flask on the job as well. I was depressed while we were together, and even worse when we parted ways. Even in her arms, I knew I wasn't worth a shit. Sure, that part about taking some time to work on herself and be alone for a while was complete bullshit. She hooked up with Dylan Cole not even a week after we split. I can't blame her, though. She deserves better than what I could offer. She deserves better than me. I had knocked back even more booze than normal that day, my work buddy Carl recommending that I step outside for a few before I drew any unwarranted attention. My legs betrayed me, my feet searching as I paced around, trying to clear my head, caught off guard by the ground seemingly having disappeared. I felt my body beating against the steps and the railing alongside it, with no scream escaping my lips or fear of what was happening attacking my thoughts. The second I felt my skull impact the landing below, that was when I first gazed upon this version of the park I had attended 5 to 6 days for over half a decade. My brain was foggy as I lazily strolled down each step, more memories of the life I left behind flooding my thoughts with every inch I drew closer to my broken shell of a body. After shifting to the side past the more vibrantly shaded version of myself, whose head was pressed to the concrete, with his body limp to the steps above and legs almost hovering in the air, I almost laughed at the sight of this bizarre posture. It was like a moment frozen in time, my damaged frame not yet having slumped lifeless. As I glared at this puzzling sight, an oddly amused smirk crossing my lips, I noticed the slightest and slowest hints of movements. No, it wasn't locked in time, but the moments were trickling by, the still, somewhat rosy cheeks, the ever so slightly visible throbbing of the pulse and the outstretched wrists expanding so slowly I had to hold my gaze to notice. Even the wrinkles of my midnight blue jumpsuit shifting as they steadily settled. I was still alive. I couldn't know if this was something I could await, or if I had to, leap into my body again, contorting this intangible form into the same position as the one before me, but with the one wishing to guide me to whatever is next for me, still lingering somewhere in this park. I wasn't about to drag my heels on figuring out how to go about this. That was until I reached out my hand, closing the gap between the split pieces of my soul and body, when an alarmingly loud shriek caused me to freeze in my tracks. There was something about the intense pitch of that agonized howl, such a contrast to every other sound I had heard since finding myself here, being so muted and muffled. I don't know what it was, whether the knowledge that were I to fully reconnect with my empty shell, I would just be returning to my equally vacant life, or just that desperate desire to prove that I could be something better than some drunken deadbeat going nowhere. But I had to do something. Before I had time to give it a second thought, I ran in pursuit of the scream as it bellowed, seemingly across every inch of this damned place. There was still life in that terrified howl, something real and tangible, not just another hollow echo of those beyond the reach of the real world above. My movements were erratic and unfocused, singularly guided by my pursuit. I couldn't know if my own Reaper was still out there, set to pull me prematurely from this place, whether my slowly dwindling husk was still capable of housing a wayward soul or not, or whether it was just biding its time until I was ready to meet it officially. I wasn't thinking clearly. I knew that much. These misty and cloaked figures had their mission, but I had my own as well, one that took precedence over what they may have in store for me. If I lost my way back to the world I left behind in this effort to set things right for another, so be it. My life could be damned for all I cared at that moment. I was selfish in life, unmotivated and worthless. Hell, I was barely alive even when I was kicking around in my depleting meat suit, just existing. If this person was still able to reclaim their body as I could be, I had to help them, no matter what it meant for me. I can't say how long it took for me to find her, the brunette woman, face to face with another of those haunting figures. It felt like I could have been running for hours or minutes, maybe even seconds. Time felt different in this place, and given my body still attempting to fall limp to the ground, I don't think I was exactly jumping to conclusions on that. She wasn't mesmerized, as those led away by those things had been before, but she couldn't seem to break free either. There was space on either side of her to run, but she appeared paralyzed by her fear as she dropped to the pavement beneath her. "Hey!" I yelled out, uncertain of anything else to do. This grabbed the attention of the woman, but did not so much as faze the one shrouded in fog and smoke. I saw some semblance of hope spark alive in her deep brown eyes, and I could only hope that I would have the ability to fulfill that. As the eerie figure reached down to where she sat, with her back pressed to the wall, her wailing silenced, the closer its bony hand drew. It was like its presence was rendering her desire to get back to the waking world as mute and muffled as just about everything else in this damned place. I had no time to figure out a plan or weigh the pros and cons of any rash decisions. I had to act before those hauntingly slender fingers made contact. Once more, leaving any inner rationality behind, I just charged right at the damned creature, preparing to take the place of the now hypnotized woman, if that's what it took. I screamed out both hopelessly and filled with rage as I made to tackle the dark figure, when I found my body careening to the concrete, having practically burst that thing apart like a damn smoke grenade. I had no idea what had actually happened at first. Still mentally stunned, I rolled back to a sitting position, looking around for any trace of that shadowed form, only seeing the equally perplexed big brown eyes of its would-be victim glaring back at me. I gave a shrug, having no words to offer, while we both got back to our feet, before sharing a bewildered chuckle at the madness of it all. I tried, to the best of my ability, to explain to her where we actually were, or where I assumed it to be anyway. She clearly was still as mentally vacant as I was when I first came back to awareness here, so I chose not to push it too far. I honestly have no idea how I would have reacted to this news had someone else attempted to lift the veil for me. All I could think to do was to assure her that there was something we had to find to set things right, that we had to locate this before it was too late. Yes, I had not the foggiest of ideas where her body may be, nor if it was something I would even be able to see. I could only hope that her marbles would return, should we track it down. She was hesitant to trust me at first, and I couldn't blame her for that. This muted reality was enough to leave anyone anxious and unnerved, even without some stranger suggesting investigating the damn place. But as we began to wander on, I could see her strides growing more confident. Whether that confidence was in our quest or with my company, I couldn't say, but it was something. For a time, we ran aimlessly, having no distinct course to follow. I was avoiding going near the borders of the place, knowing that the sight of the void beyond the gates would send her absent mind reeling again. But with my memories of navigating this park having returned, mostly, I felt confident that we could rule everything out before having to explore the outskirts, if it came to that. Rounding another corner, having seen nothing or no one else for God knows how long, we almost ran right into another small group of people, a sight which caused me to wrap my trembling hand around her mouth before the imminent scream could escape. This was one of the older sections of the park, mostly housing kiddie rides and such. This small group was perched beside the carousel, which was likely twice as old as I was, at least. This ride, though, was discolored in the most bizarre way, a distinct contrast to the muted hues of every other ride. It had something of a crimson aura, which pulsed ever so slightly. It was unsettling for certain, but far from my concern at the time. Just as it was by the roller coaster, the group stood before another of those haunting, wispy figures, but I could see that they were not concerned with us. There were only 4 this time, 2 young women and 2 young men. 1 male and 1 female were wearing park uniforms, while the other 2, likely visitors to the park. Again, each of them wore grotesque wounds, but their faces were contorted in horror. Though their mannerisms and posture appeared far more relaxed as they casually paced toward their escort, none of the quintet before us reacted to our presence, apparently solely concerned with their own circumstances. I couldn't blame them, of course. One was simply doing its job, and the others had little left to worry about anymore, considering the gravity of those wounds inflicted into their flesh. Hesitating for a moment, my mind racing through all of these thoughts as we skidded to a halt, I just wrapped my arm around the woman next to me, trying to keep her calm as we continued to drift past them. My heart was racing harder than it had yet, be it from my newfound awareness that I still had functioning organs, the fear I may be losing my one chance to return to the real world, or the fate of this one other person who trembled violently by my side. I just tried to keep my focus on getting both of us back home, if that would even be a possibility. I had no idea what sort of condition her body may be in, nor the circumstances that led her here. I could only imagine what was going through her head, having clearly not regained any of her memories. But I had to keep my focus on what I could control, even if I had no idea what that was. Some moments after gradually easing past the carousel, I saw that violent aura emitting from behind, illuminating the path ahead. "Don't," I said as the brunette began to turn her head. "Don't look back." With a subtle nod, we continued on our course, quickening our pace again, the further we distanced ourselves from those already dead. As we neared one of the rest areas, surrounded by more browned bushes and trees, where families would often settle down for a picnic or just to relax, my traveling companion began to slow her stride. Slowing down to match her pace, we stopped in place seconds later. She began to glance around, a puzzled yet somewhat peaceful look on her face. I honestly hadn't even noticed how pretty she was until this moment, the way her long, wavy, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders.
Willow,
she said, a half smile reaching across her lips.
My name is Willow.
She darted her eyes to the bushes to our left, hesitantly pacing to the parting between them. As we wandered deeper into the deceased trees, I noticed her jaw falling limp as we crossed into a small clearing, her eyes watering ever so slightly. All I saw was the patchy greenery, and she could clearly make out what I could not. What do you see? Is it...
Me. My body. I remember.
You have to... Okay, I don't know how it works. But you have to...
I know. But what if he's still there?
He? She stepped closer to what I assumed had to be the place in which she lay, her head waving from one side to the other. Kneeling down, outstretching her hand, she glanced back at me, her eyes wailing all the more.
He attacked me. Struck me across the head. If he's still there...
I'll help you. I'll find a way to reach you.
How?
I'm not sure, but you have to go back before it's too late. Time is still moving there. I'll find my way back too, and... Before I could offer another word, she faded from before me, her essence seemingly carried away by an absent breeze. My heart racing again, so many questions battling for dominance in my mind. I just backed away. Part of me actually wondered if she had died right in front of me, but there was no trace of any of those slender shadows. No, she would have been led away, just like the others, right? Yeah, she had made her way back home. That had to be the case. And she needed help. She needed my help. Clearly, no one else knew she was out there, possibly being violated while I attempted to regulate my thoughts. I couldn't linger any longer. I'd stayed in this damn place to save her, and now I had to find a way to return to finish that job before she could be sent back to this dismal place for the last time. Before, I didn't have much of a reason to return to my pointless existence, but it wasn't about me anymore. Once more I ran. I ran on a far more confident course than I had up until this point. I knew exactly where I had to go and how to get there. I wasted no senseless glances around my surroundings anymore, nor did I step a single foot off of my chosen path. Again, I drifted past wayward souls being guided to the next step in their own journeys, but I didn't so much as acknowledge them now. They didn't pay me any mind, nor did their escort. They were simply more scenery, blending into the background as I made my escape, once and for all. When I finally arrived back to where my empty vessel was attempting to finalize its descent to the concrete, however, I felt that last semblance of hope slipping from my trembling grasp. Not only for myself, but for the one who may very well rejoin me in this place, should I fail in these final steps. It just hovered there, right in front of me, between my now shivering spectral form and the more tangible husk almost flattened to the ground, those smoky tendrils spreading from either side, and its slender, bony arm reaching out to me. My trembling subsided as I gazed upon the inviting warmth of that entrancing gaze. My feet felt as though they weren't even touching the ground as I strolled closer, ready to allow my escort to guide me wherever it may. My own fingers lifted, my mind begging to entwine them with those beckoning to me. My lips whispered, my mind falling behind. I have to.
Come.
I heard echoing into my waiting ears.
Fear not, my friend.
I felt its warmth embracing my fingertips as my hand lingered above its. I wanted nothing more than to... No, my lips uttered. It began to move closer, the gap between us so slim that I could so easily wrap my arms around it. But... no! I practically leapt back, almost stumbling back to the concrete. My mind rejoined my head like a drunk driver to an unsuspecting tree. I have to go back. It just tilted its shrouded skull, those orange eyes still attempting to weave through my senses. I glanced at my body, still not fully conjoined with the ground beneath it, its feet only inches from falling limp. Please, it's not over yet. I aggressively thrust my pointer finger forward, gesturing to my remains, almost slumped across the steps. It drifted its head around, its slender body shifting with its gaze. While it appeared to be studying my potentially borderline lifeless vessel, I would not await its decision. I just leapt from the ground, throwing myself at my vacated flesh and bone, pleading with every fragment of whatever I was at the time to be granted entry to my mortal shell. As a shrieking howl echoed from the shrouded mouth, whipping its head around to gaze upon my near, hopeless attempt to reclaim my life, the world blinked out from before my eyes. Darkness replaced the muted and dismal hues of the world around me, assuring me that my final effort had been in vain. Somewhere in the black, I grew aware of something else. Something which had been absent since I opened my eyes to the empty reality. Something that fucking hurt. The muffled moan reverberated across the concrete before I began blinking my eyes back to awareness. I was dazed and completely unfocused, my head still loopy from the alcohol, as I attempted to shift my body from its uncomfortable posture. As the realization of my circumstances kicked in, the staggered memories still attempting to reform, only one fact stuck in the forefront of my mind. Before even lifting myself from the steps, or inspecting how injured my tumble had left me, I reached to my hip, slipping the radio from my belt. While it would seem that security had their hands full with some other goings-on at the park, one of the apparent officers who had been called in assured me they would head to the picnic area to check things out. Dragging myself the rest of the way off the steps, rolling onto my back and cursing the now aching nerve endings to which I had only recently reunited, I lifted myself into a sitting position. My uniform was torn in several places, with blood oozing through the splits, but things didn't look as bad as they could have been. I patted my fingers gently against where my head pulsed on the back, finding the blood still trickling from the meaty wound, but the skull was still intact from what I could tell. My left cheek was scuffed up from the concrete, also oozing fluids, but not nearly as dramatically as my scalp, which would likely require stitches. As I got to my feet, my legs trembling from the shock of everything, and the decent amount of blood loss, given the puddle from which I peeled myself, I was still thrilled to relocate an upright position. While I hobbled back up the steps, gripping the railing tightly in an effort not to stumble back down, a voice came over the radio. It would seem that Willow did not require my help as much as I feared. The man who had attacked her, leaving her unconscious on the ground, apparently had quite the rude awakening himself once she came to. As he was apparently working on unbuckling her pants, he didn't notice her reaching for a twig lying on the ground just a ways from where she lay. And while she didn't push it deeply enough to send him packing to the other park, the eye she impaled will potentially be awaiting him when he ends up on the other side someday. Tucker Sloan, the guy who struck her across the back of the head, dragging her out of sight, intent on both having his way with her and leaving her for dead, had quite the checkered past. From details I would find out over the following week, there was already a handful of restraining orders against the man, as well as some warrants in neighboring states. Willow, with whom I have talked a great deal with since we arrived at the hospital, being treated for alarmingly similar head wounds, had arrived at the park with some friends some hours prior to the incident. After her group dissolved for the night, each heading back to their respective homes, the lovely brunette decided to just wander the grounds for a bit, not yet ready to head back to her otherwise empty apartment. She had also been through a messy breakup some weeks back, and wasn't quite up to facing that crippling solitude. I'm not one to believe in fate, for the most part, but we had both been dumped, sent to somewhere deep below the boundaries of the park after suffering cracked domes, and found that we had a great deal in common over many long conversations. Yeah, we're taking things slow, as neither of us are quite ready to commit to anything more than casual right now, but things seem to be looking up in a life I almost abandoned not so long ago. I've given up the bottle, at least until I may learn to treat it as more of a casual fancy than a coping mechanism. I've also started taking some night classes to earn some sort of skill set beyond cleaning up after others. I plan on quitting my job at Arcadian Heights soon too, once it opens back up for business anyway. It was forced to close its gates for the time being, ever since that Nights of Fear event left many unfortunate souls being guided away from the underbelly. The investigation is still ongoing, but the employees are still getting paid for this unexpected time off, so I can't complain. I don't know the half of what happened over that October, but given some of the bizarre rumors I've heard, my bizarre night was nothing compared to what some other folks endured. Now, whatever the case, whatever is true, or just exaggerated small talk, even if they end up shutting down the park for good once all is said and done, I think it's time to prove to myself that I deserve something better than some dead-end job. I may be just beginning my journey in what I hope to be the right direction, but I actually want to see what tomorrow has in store for me now. Who could have predicted that all I needed was to prematurely kick the bucket to gain some clarity on how beautiful life can truly be?
I stand back as the gates to the amusement park open and the crowd surges forward, making sure to keep a good distance between myself and that mass of humanity. This isn't my first Halloween event at an amusement park. I'm well aware of just how wild some people can get during these types of festivities. There's a sort of frenzy that builds up during the hours before start time, and while most people simply label it as excitement and can still act like a civilized person, there's a certain percentage of people attending that instead lose their damn minds. This is true for every amusement park, haunted house, and other seasonal attraction around Halloween. I've noticed that this is especially true for Arcadian Heights, though. There's something about this place that brings out the crazy in folks. It's not all that surprising. This place has a reputation as the best horror attraction in the world during the month of October. More offered fear brings more received insanity. The Halloween equation, as it were. There was a time that I might have jumped right into the melee with these people. Now, though, Halloween is more of a job than a celebration, and I have to maintain a certain level of professionalism. Despite being well apart from the crowd, someone somehow manages to bump into me. The camera I'm using to record the scene is jostled out of my hand. Luckily, it's strapped around my neck. If it wasn't, there'd be a few hundred pieces on the concrete now, instead of a rather expensive piece of gear. I give the person's back an angry look as he continues past me without a word. I have to maintain a certain level of professionalism and maintain the condition of the thousands of dollars of equipment that I have on me and in the backpack I'm wearing. It takes about 20 minutes, but the crowd outside the gates thins out as people make their way inside. I get some footage of the stragglers underneath the large Arcadian Heights Knights of Fear sign hanging over the season pass holder line before turning off the camera. I've got everything that I need from out here, and besides, I'm supposed to be meeting someone in just a few minutes. I don't get into one of the main lines leading into the park. Instead, I make my way over to the customer service building next to the turnstiles. There's only a few people there, and I quickly reach the front and give my name to the nice older woman that greets me. She types on our computer's keyboard for a moment before opening a drawer under the counter and handing me a laminated press pass on a black and orange lanyard. I thank her with a smile, and she points me towards the nearby manager's office. There's another woman waiting for me outside the office when I arrive. She's younger than the person manning the customer service window, maybe in her late 20s or early 30s, and she's dressed in a black Arcadian Heights staff t-shirt and jeans. There's a lanyard around her neck as well, but the card at the end of hers clearly reads Park Manager. She greets me with a single nod. "Mr. Collins?" she asks in a short but polite tone. "That's me," I confirm. "Harrison Collins." "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Collins. I'm Natalie Hawthorne, the general manager of Arcadian Heights. The owner has asked me to give you a quick rundown of what we have happening this year at Knights of Fear, and to answer any questions that you may have." "That would be great. Mind if I record?" "That's fine. Let's get inside the park. I don't mean to be rude or to rush you, but this is opening night, and I'm going to be busy until close." I follow her as she leads the way past the ticket windows and into the entry area of Arcadian Heights. She's shorter than I am, but between the brisk pace that she's walking at and my attempts to keep the camera steady, I struggle to keep up. I get it, though. It can be stressful enough simply documenting these types of events. Can't imagine how hard it is to be the one in charge of one. Just inside the gates is a large fountain surrounded by landscaping. During most nights of the year, it's lit by a soft white light that is designed to make it seem magical, almost whimsical. Now, though, the hidden lights are casting it in deep shades of red. It makes it look like blood is pouring out of the top and cascading down into the pool below. It's a simple and yet effective illusion. The pool itself has been decorated as well. Jagged teeth extend upward along the edges, and many sets of eyes peer out from inside the landscaping. Taken as a whole, the scene is a monster with its face turned towards the night sky as it spews blood out of its mouth. I take a quick video of it, as well as a few still frames to possibly use in pictures and thumbnails. "Before we get started," Hawthorne is saying, "do you mind if I ask a few questions of my own? The owner didn't give me a lot of information when he told me that you were coming." "Sure," I agree as I take the final fountain picture. "What would you like to know?" "Give me the short elevator pitch for whatever it is that you do." "Okay, yeah." I put the lens cap back on the camera. "I'm a video blogger. Travel around the world, make videos about the places and experience, post them online, that sort of thing. I got started with a small travel website that went out of business years ago. It paid like crap and it didn't get me much exposure, but it did teach me how to make and promote content. When it went under, I decided to start my own vlogging business." She nods. "Mostly general tourist things, I take it?" "At first, yeah. When I figured out that wasn't going to bring in the views that I needed to turn my channel into a real business, though, I decided that I needed to specialize more. I've always been a horror fan, so that's what I tailored my channel towards. I make videos of places that are supposed to be haunted, museums and exhibitions dedicated to horror themes, and horror-based attractions. I've made it an annual tradition to put up videos about amusement park Halloween events around this time of year." "Where have you been at this year?" I think about it for a moment. Well, let's see. Over the past month, I've been to Universal Studios Halloween Horror Nights and Disney's Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween in Florida, Not Scary Farm in California, and Headless Horseman in New York, along with a bunch of the smaller attractions scattered around the country. That's quite the busy month. I smile slightly. Yeah, it has been. All in the name of feeding the endless appetite of the content gods. Arcadian Heights is my last stop, though. After this, I'll be editing until my fingers bleed. Hawthorne tilts her head slightly. You saved us for last? Was that a conscious choice, or just how your travel schedule worked out? Oh, it was a very conscious choice. Nights of Fear is on a whole other level from all those other events. It's a case of saving the best for last. I watch her out of the corner of my eye as I say the words. Her general demeanor has been a bit chilly towards me so far, but the flattery has the intended effect, and I see her face soften. While it's not much, it's definitely noticeable. We do our hardest to provide the very best Halloween entertainment, she says, clearly trying to sound modest, but not pulling it off very well. I'm sure that you are a big part of pulling that off, I reply. Managing all of this must be a logistical nightmare. It takes a hell of a person to keep all of this on track. Hawthorne smiles at me for the first time. It's certainly not easy. Well then, let's get to the tour, shall we? Here it is, the moment of truth. It's time to see if my acting skills are up to the task. I smile back at her and shake my head. You know what? I don't need a tour, I tell her, keeping my voice pleasant. I mean, I really appreciate the offer, but like you just said, keeping all of this running smoothly isn't easy. I don't want to keep you from your work. You've got to have a million things on your plate tonight. Hawthorne hesitates. I do have a lot of work, she says finally. Are you sure, though? The owner asked me to personally show you around and provide you with anything that you need. I give her what I hope is a reassuring smile. He's a big fan of my channel, or maybe more accurately, the publicity that can bring Nights of Fear. But yeah, don't worry about it. I've been here before, so I know my way around. I'll just do my usual thing and then be on my way. Hawthorne seems to relax. Alright, thank you, I appreciate that. No problem. I pause for just a split second. Can I ask you for one favor before I go? What's that? I was hoping that I could get some backstage footage of one of the haunted house attractions. You know, show people the work that goes on behind the scenes while they're experiencing the attraction. Do you think that would be okay? She watches me for a long moment. I try to keep my outward expression casual, like it's just a normal question that I'm asking and that it's no big deal. But inside, I'm begging for her to grant my request. This whole thing falls apart if I can't get her to agree. I was told to provide you with whatever you need, Hawthorne says slowly. I suppose that I can allow you backstage at one attraction. Just one, though. I can't have you disrupting the actors and ride personnel too much. How about the Bloodloom house? I pretend to think about her suggestion. That does look like a pretty amazing house, I tell her. I'm not sure how well it would play with my audience, though. At least not for a backstage video. I was kind of thinking of maybe Night Blight Playhouse? There's not much to see there, Hawthorne informs me. That house doesn't use scare actors, just animatronics, so the backstage area is mostly for maintenance. That's actually a good thing for me. It gives me some room to set up my tripod and get some shots without being in anyone's way. Besides, I heard that Night Blight Playhouse is using some of the old puppets from the park's old Night Light Playhouse. You wouldn't believe how many views nostalgic things like that bring in. Alright, Night Blight Playhouse it is. I'll get word to the staff at the entrance. I need to make sure that Hawthorne doesn't second-guess herself, or, worse, think to call the park's owner to get clarification on what I am and am not allowed to do. If she makes that call, she's going to find out that he has absolutely no idea who I am. I've used a bit of technological trickery to pose as him, using the same sort of program that telemarketers do to hide the real number they're calling from. I need to keep the charade up for as long as possible. One last thing, I say. I'm going to be making an intro for the video, and I'd love it if I could get you to stand in front of the fountain there and do the park announcement portion. Me? Hawthorne asks, blinking in surprise. It's just... Well, I hope that you don't mind me saying this, but there's a presence about you that really intrigues me. I think it will intrigue my viewers, too. What do you mean, a presence? I can't quite put my finger on it. There's just something about you that exudes this combination of beauty and strength. She actually blushes. Oh, I see. What do you need me to do? Just stand next to the fountain, put up one hand as if you're presenting it, and say, "Welcome to Arcadian Heights, Knights of Fear." It would really be a huge help. Well, of course, if it really helps that much. I keep a smile off of my face as she walks over to the red fountain. There's one thing that is almost always guaranteed to get someone on your side. It's flattery. Men, women, or anyone else, it doesn't matter. Everyone loves to be told how amazing they are. I set up the shot as quickly as possible without making her think that I'm rushing. She has to believe that I'm legitimately interested in using her in the video. If I play this right, this is what she'll be thinking about when she's back in her office, and not the fact that she had given me permission to roam around the employees-only sections of one of the haunted houses. It only takes a few minutes to create the clip. When I'm finished, I praise Hawthorne for how great she looked and how natural she sounded. Truth be told, she was mediocre at best, but of course, I couldn't tell her that. She takes a business card and pen out of her pocket, writes down her personal email address on the back of the card, and hands it to me with a request to send her a link to the posted video when it goes live. With that, she takes her leave. Packing my camera and tripod into my backpack, I head deeper into Arcadian Heights. Night Blight Playhouse is located at the far end of the park. With these crowds, it's going to take a bit to get there. Less than 5 minutes into my walk, I enter the first fright zone. Different amusement parks call these types of areas different things, but all of them are the same at the most basic level. Themed sections of the parks where actors dressed in costumes jump out and scare passerbyers. The sign signaling the start of the fright zone announces it as Dead Man's Wharf. It's themed to look like a ship graveyard, and the various actors are made up to look like undead pirates. A few of them jump out at me as I continue on, but I just ignore them and keep moving. Years of experiencing countless places like this has desensitized me to them. When I emerge from the fright zone, I'm in a section of the park dedicated to a variety of different food and beverage stands. Making a quick decision, I take a momentary detour to one of the carts. Although this is outside the fright zone itself, this area is still themed with the same decor. I order a drink made by mixing various fruit juices and rum. I had planned on going straight to Night Blight Playhouse. The closer that I'm getting to it, though, the more nervous I'm becoming. A little alcohol is just what the doctor ordered for that. Not too much, though. I toss the empty cup into a nearby trash can. I really don't need to be fighting off mental fog with everything else that will be going on. There's definitely a part of me that's screaming for me to down 4 more glasses of the admittedly tasty alcoholic beverage, and just forget about the rest of the plans. I ignore the voice and continue through Arcadian Heights. The voice of reason will just have to get in line if it wants to call me an idiot. There's one more fright zone to pass through before I reach my destination. The entrance to this one is marked with a large wooden arc with a sign that reads, Grave Street Market. This fright zone is new this year, so I haven't seen it yet, but I've read about it on the park's website. Its theme is an outdoor black market where every horrible thing you can think of can be found. As I walk through it, I see that description is mostly referring to people covered in blood, selling a wide variety of human body parts, and committing terrible acts against other actors doing their best to look scared. It's an interesting concept, and I have to give it credit for being a fairly original idea for a fright zone. In practice, though, it's just another section of park I need to go through to get from point A to point B. As I'm just about to reach the end of the area, a man wearing a blood-splattered white apron and dressed as a crazed chef leaps out from behind one of the set's food stalls. He gets surprisingly close to me and unleashes what I'm sure he believes to be a blood-curdling laugh. I stare at him without flinching. "Please move," I say calmly. Looking both surprised and disappointed, the man steps out of my path and allows me to pass. I thank him as I walk by. I feel a small twinge of guilt. Through my work, I've seen just how hard these actors work, a lot harder than most people give them credit for. It's not my intention to belittle that or to make one of them feel like they're doing a poor job. I just don't have time for this sort of thing right now. Now that I'm past the last of the fright zones in this part of the park, I can see my destination up ahead. The large building has housed a number of attractions over the years, both during the park's regular operating months and the Nights of Fear events. It's been standing since the early days of the park. It's both the place that I want to be the least in the world, and the place that I need to be the most. I shake my head in an attempt to clear the maudlin thoughts from it. They aren't helping, and they don't serve any purpose except to make all of this more difficult. It's best just to focus on the matter at hand. On top of the building is a large glowing sign. The sign itself is designed to look cartoonish, with the name spelled out in big words that look like they're blown up balloons, and the various puppet-like figures it depicts appearing as if they come right out of a children's program. The lights, however, flicker on and off at random intervals, making the whole site look more creepy than inviting. I look at each of the puppets in turn. I recognize each of them. There's Watson with his red fur, a light pink face, and a large grin with even larger humanish teeth and bulging eyes above a wide nose. Next to him is a silver-furred character with beady eyes and a Cheshire cat-like smile named Maslow. Behind the two of them is the largest of the puppets, a tall and yet oddly thin creature named Bolby that has similar hair and coloration to Maslow. On the far right is the fourth puppet. This is the only girl in the group, a brown humanoid with a face and ears that looks like a combination of a bear and a lion. Black fur covers her chest and the top of her legs like a dress made of hair. Her eyes are small and orange, almost disappearing in the much larger sockets. I stare at this puppet for what seems like forever. Her name is Ash, and she's the reason that I wake up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, with vague memories of nightmares. She's the biggest reason that I'm here. I put my hand on the back of my neck. A cold sweat has started to form on it. My heart is beating faster in my chest. Despite just having gotten a drink minutes earlier, my mouth is dry. I don't want to be here again. I can't be here again. I start walking towards Night Blight Playhouse anyway. There's a long line leading up to the attraction as I approach. Metal barriers have been erected to contain those waiting to get inside, making a pathway that snakes back and forth before going off around a curve in the walkway. It's difficult to judge how many people are lined up, but it's definitely in the hundreds, and probably approaching 1,000. I feel a lot of eyes on me as I go around the barriers and up to a staff member standing next to the building's door. He stares at me with a sour expression on his face as I come nearer. I get the feeling that he's had a lot of people throwing a lot of complaints at him already tonight. I give him a smile and hold up my press pass. "Evening," I say as pleasantly as I can muster. "My name is Harrison Collins. I think Miss Hawthorne got in touch with someone here about me?" The man's expression instantly softens. "Oh, right, the vlogger," he replies, holding out his hand to shake mine. "I'm Brian Clapton." "Clapton like the guitarist and singer?" I ask. "Sure is. No relation, though. You're the guy that does the channel about the scary places, right? Scary Travels or something like that?" "Close. Nightmare Travels. Have you seen it?" "No, but my wife is obsessed with it. She's going to be so jealous when she finds out I met you." "Nothing wrong with a little jealousy, right?" I motion towards the door. "Everything is good to go with my visit, then?" Clapton nods. "Oh, right, yeah, everything's good to go. The manager told me to let you backstage. We have to walk through the attraction to get there. You did pick a good time to come. The whole place is down for about the next 20 minutes. One of the light rigs went out and has to be replaced." He calls over to one of the other employees to take his place at the door, before motioning for me to follow him. We go past the people at the front of the line and head inside the building. I'm a little surprised that my nerves aren't worse than they are. Maybe now that I've made my decision, my brain has just decided to go with it. Maybe. The lights inside are on. In a strange way, that makes things more unsettling. I'm used to going through these Halloween attractions when everything is dark and hidden. To see one of these places with absolute clarity is just plain strange. The entryway is decorated in a similar style to the children's daycare. I don't have time to get a closer look at the design, however, as Clapton heads directly for the door leading into the next section. That's fine. I'm not here to admire the craftsmanship anyway. "Have you been through the house yet?" Clapton asks as we walk through the narrow hallway. "No, not yet," I answer. "Let me give you a quick rundown then. Blight Playhouse is designed to make it feel like you're walking through a twisted children's show, like Blue's Clues or Sesame Street on a bad acid trip. I'm fairly sure those shows are already like a bad acid trip." He grunts in amusement. True enough. This building used to be home to a kiddie ride called the Blight Playhouse. A lot of the old props were found recently, so the higher-ups thought it would be a cool idea to use them to make the horror attraction, trying to get ticket sales from people old enough to remember the original ride. I nod. Judging by that line outside, it looks like it's working. "You have no idea. I've been working here for 6 years, and I've never seen a house get lines like this one. They had to add more barriers just to keep the line under control." We emerge into a large open area. This room is decorated to look like a classroom. A dozen or so desks are lined up in front of a chalkboard. I involuntarily freeze as I see the puppet standing on the far side of the desks. It's Watson. His bulging eyes look even more unhinged than they did on his drawing on the sign outside. The toothy grin on his face makes a cold shudder run down my spine. "That there is Watson," Clapton tells me unnecessarily. "You have to come back when everything is running. We put the puppet over an animatronic to let it move around without a puppeteer. The animatronic is on this track that stretches across the length of the room. It comes running at guests while waving its arms and laughs. It's a really effective scare." I don't reply. I'm too busy examining every inch of Watson. It's difficult to tell for sure from this distance, but something is off about him. "That's not the original puppet, is it?" I ask finally. "No, it's not," Clapton confirms, looking at me in surprise. "How can you tell?" "The fur. It's a little more red than the originals." "Well, you've got a good eye on you. We were going to use the original puppets, but they're pretty old, and we weren't going to be able to get them onto the animatronic bodies without ruining them." "They wouldn't have let you," I mumble. "Sorry, what was that?" "I asked where the originals are," I lie. "They're down in the basement storage. There's a whole bunch of tunnels under this part of the park. The original owner was inspired by the ones installed by Walt Disney in the 60s and 70s. Legend has it that there was a rivalry between the two of them. Kind of an anything you can do, I can do better thing, you know?" I force myself to ask, "Can I see them?" Clapton shrugs. "You'll have to ask Miss Hawthorne about that. There's a hatch that leads down to the corridors backstage, but I don't have the key for it." I glance back at the fake Watson. Everything that I had read had stated that the original puppets had been brought back for the attraction. This is a complication that I really don't need. I don't have any choice except to improvise. I had hoped to stay on script for as long as possible. Clapton is already on the move. We go through 2 other rooms, but now that I know that the puppets aren't authentic, I don't stop to look at them. I'm only interested in the real deal. We arrive at a black wall and he stops walking. At first I can't see why we've come to a halt, but after looking at the wall closer, I can just make out the outline of a door. I can barely see it with the lights on. It must be completely indistinguishable from the wall around it when they're out. He produces a set of keys from his pocket and carefully inserts one of them into the small hole in the door. He turns it, and there's an audible click as the lock releases. The door swings open a few inches. Using the tips of his fingers, he opens it all the way. "Welcome to backstage," he says as we leave the main area of the attraction and enter a narrow hallway. There really isn't much back here, as you can see. I'm not sure how interesting your viewers are going to find it. "They eat this kind of stuff up," I assure him. "Whatever you say. You're the professional. Do you mind if I step back outside for a few minutes? That crowd is getting a little rowdy, and I just want to make sure that everything is okay." "Yeah, absolutely. Take as much time as you need. I'll just be recording." "Cool, thanks. Oh, careful down at the end of the hall. We've got some parts stored there in case the ride goes down. You know, like it has now." "Will do." I watch as he goes back out into the attraction. I mentally count to 10 before going over the door and shutting it, making sure that the latch catches as I do so. The door is basically a glorified piece of plywood on hinges, so it's not going to slow down anyone that's determined to get in for more than a minute or two. Not to mention that Clapton has the key. Still, any delay to anyone that might interrupt me is a good thing. Clapton said something about there being a hatch. I hurry down the hallway, keeping my eyes open for anything that fits that description. I've barely started when the lights overhead dim significantly, and loud noises come from the other side of the wall, separating me and the main attraction area. I swear as I pick up the pace. Whatever issue that had led to the house closure has been fixed, and it's back up and running. There, in a small alcove is a wooden hatch with a metal handle. There's a padlock securing it. I don't have time to be subtle about this. I take off my backpack and undo the straps, keeping the tripod hooked to the side. It's significantly heavier than the one that I typically use. I wouldn't have been able to get standard tools through security, so I brought along recording equipment that I can use in ways not intended by the manufacturer. I kneel down to get the best possible angle and smash the top of the tripod into the lock. There's a loud clang, but the lock holds. The second blow is more successful, however, as the metal loop it's securing bends. Switching tactics, I focus the strikes of the tripod on that loop rather than the lock. 2 more hits, and it breaks. I reattach the tripod to my backpack before putting the straps back over my shoulders. Reaching down, I lift the hatch. It opens on creaking hinges, and I peer inside. There's a ladder leading down into the darkness. "Mr. Collins?" I hear Clapton call from the direction of the door. I'm out of time. Either I descend into the dark, or I call this whole thing off. After a momentary hesitation, I grip the ladder and lower myself down. I make sure to close the hatch as I go. Once it lowers into place, however, I can't see anything. I'm completely engulfed by blackness. It doesn't take long to reach the bottom. I'm about 10 feet below the floor of the attraction. I set down my backpack and grope around inside until I find a small square camera light. Turning it on, I take a moment to examine my surroundings. There really isn't much to see. I'm standing in a concrete corridor. It's wide enough to allow for easy movement, and it was likely designed with being able to drive golf carts and small trailers down it. It extends quite a distance, at least far enough that my light can't illuminate the entire thing. On the wall next to the ladder is a series of switches. I really don't want to be fumbling around in the dark like this, so I decide to take the risk and flip them. There's an electrical hum above me. After a few seconds, banks of long fluorescent bulbs begin to flicker on. Many of the bulbs are dead, but enough of them are working for me to be able to put away my own light. I put it into my pocket instead of returning it to my backpack. I want it close at hand, just in case. The hallway is even longer than I thought. I can see the end of this section off in the distance, but there are also a number of doors, openings, and side passages that are visible as well. Clapton had said that these tunnels were inspired by the ones Walt Disney had built under his parks. Those utilidors, as they're called, stretch for miles underneath those properties. I wonder if these do the same here at Arcadian Heights. If that's the case, I have no idea where to start. I'm just going to have to hope that I stumble into the right place. Theoretically, the original puppets would be kept near the Night Blight Playhouse building. There's no way of knowing that for sure, though. No point in worrying about that. I go over to the closest door and open it. Inside are stacks of wood and paint cans. Everything is arranged neatly for easy access. I leave the door open as a reminder that I've already checked this room. I proceed to the next one and do the same thing when I find nothing but metal racks, the kind that restaurant kitchens use. I repeat this process for at least 20 minutes. I come up empty each time. When I reach the first intersection, I head down the hallway to the left. I'm using the old maze-solving technique. Follow one wall at all times to make sure that you don't get lost. Besides, it's not like any direction is wrong when I have no idea where I'm going in the first place. My pulse quickens. Unlike the ones in the first hallway, these doors are marked. Each label lists the attraction it's associated with, as well as a general idea of what's inside. The one closest to me is marked Phantom Predator, Replacement Car Panels. I move on, reading each label in turn as I go. I stop in front of the fourth door. A cold chill runs down my spine, and my mouth goes dry. I have this strange feeling of my mind being separate from my body that I can't explain better than that. The door is marked Nightlight Playhouse, Maslow's room. I immediately flash back to the room the label is referring to. When I was a kid and the Nightlight Playhouse attraction still existed, it was a dark ride for children that storyline-wise featured the 4 puppet characters, each reading a different bedtime story to the riders. The car would move from room to room, with the individual rooms being decorated to be one of the puppets' bedrooms. The first of these rooms was Maslow's. He was about 5 feet tall, humanoid in shape like all 4 puppets, but with silver hair covering his body. His eyes were small and beady, and a large toothy grin stretched from ear to ear. I think his face was supposed to look silly in the same way that a clown's is. In practice, the smile and overall demeanor made him look psychotic. The shadows and moonlight effects in his room hadn't helped. I learned years later that it only took one person to operate the large puppet. There was an entire rig system inside that allowed the puppeteer to control everything from the body to the facial movements. I put my hand on the doorknob and closed my eyes. The last time that I had seen Maslow, he had been with the other 3 puppets. His grin had been even wider and even more twisted than it always was, and his teeth had been fully exposed as he came at me eagerly. His movements had been more organic than any puppeteer could hope to replicate, and he moved towards me with a murderous glee and no human controlling him. I shuddered at the memory. Pushing it aside with much difficulty, I turned the knob and opened the door. Large panels lean up against the walls of the room. They're faded from time and covered in dust, but I can just make out the night sky with stars motif on them. Shelves with everything from metal lamps to plastic tubing create a path that leads deeper into the room. I slowly make my way through the gaps. As I do so, I remove the lens cap from my camera. There's a chance that I can get the footage that I need right here and get the hell out of this place. I make the final turn between the shelves and come to the far side of the room. Standing near the wall, 2 arms jutting out of the sides, is a tall black metal stand. This is what the puppeteers would put the puppets on during periods when they weren't being used. It's less stressful on the puppet than shoving it into a trunk or storing it on a shelf, and being out in the open allows the airflow to help keep down that musty smell that cloth and yarn-based items can get over time. This is what Maslow should be hanging from. The rack, however, is empty. He was here, though. I see a few silver hairs on the floor. It's not the kind of proof that I'm looking for, but I take a few still images with the camera anyway. The more evidence, no matter how small, the better. I'm going to need all of it that I can get my hands on. I put the cap back on the camera and turn to leave. Almost before I can take a step, the lights in the room go out. "I remember you," a low and calm voice says from behind me. Something heavy strikes the back of my head. A loud ringing sound explodes my ears, and lights flash in front of my eyes. I know that I'm falling towards the floor, but I strangely can't feel the sensation of my body descending. It seems like forever before the blackness swallows me. Haley didn't want to be on that stupid ride with me. She was 12 after all, and the Nightlight Playhouse ride was meant for younger kids. I had loved it though, and that August afternoon she had agreed to take me on it so that my father could find my mother something to drink and a shady place to sit. That had been in the early days of Mom's cancer, when she was still able to get out of the house, but she tired easily. We had waited in line for over 20 minutes. I was practically vibrating with excitement by the time it was our turn to climb into one of the 2-person cars. I remember the burst of cool air as we went through the black curtain and into the attraction. Each of the rooms was designed so that only one car would pass through them at a time. The car would stop for a minute in front of each of the puppets so that it could read a short bedtime story to the passengers. It would then head off through another series of curtains into the next room, where the process would be repeated. First came Watson, then Bowlby, then Maslow. We went through these rooms without incident. When we came to Ash's bedroom set, however, something was different. I had ridden that ride at least a dozen times since the age of 3, and I knew immediately that something was off. The lights were dimmer, and the Ash puppet wasn't in her usual place in the small chair next to the bed. I remember Haley looked uncomfortable as well. The car rumbled to a halt. Ash's voice could be heard reading her book over the speakers even though she wasn't present. It was all pre-recorded, of course, but I was young enough to find that very creepy. To our surprise, the car's safety bar released. It raised up and locked into an upright position. Before we could say anything to one another, Ash was on us. I don't know where the puppet was hiding. She seemed to rise out of nowhere, a razor-sharp piece of metal clutched in her right hand. She plunged it into Haley's throat with incredible speed, causing blood to spurt out as she pulled the weapon free. Haley tried to scream, but no sound came out. As she grasped at her neck, 2 huge cloth hands grabbed her shoulders and pulled her completely out of the ride car. I turned in my seat to find that she was being held by the giant Bulby, a 10-foot-tall massive puppet that looked like a silver and white-haired yeti with elongated arms and legs. His normally friendly face was twisted with this hunger. Maslow and Watson were there too, standing just off to one side as Bulby slammed Haley onto the floor. With Ash's laughter echoing off the walls, they proceeded to literally tear her apart, piece by piece. I watched in horror as skin and muscle and bone were ripped and shredded while she was still weakly struggling against them. When Haley finally stopped moving, all 4 of the puppets turned towards me. I jumped out of the car and ran. I ran just as fast as I could towards a nearby door with a red exit sign over it. I kept expecting to feel the puppet's hands wrap around me and pull me back towards the remains of my sister, but it never happened. I escaped outside and screamed for help at the top of my lungs. Consciousness doesn't return to me easily. There are a few moments where I almost achieve it, my mind swimming so close to the light that I can feel it on me. Each time, I'm dragged back down to the dark to be swallowed up by it once again. When I finally break through the surface, I immediately regret it. The light is too bright, and even after I close my eyes, it burns through the lids. There's a dull ache in the back of my head that throbs in time with my pulse. I try to moan, but something keeps my mouth closed, and all that comes out is a muffled humming noise. "He's awake," a voice says from somewhere to my right. It's the same voice that I had heard behind me before I had been struck. I turn my head towards it. Standing a few feet away from me is Maslow. The puppet's silver fur stands out in every direction. His shoulders are hunched forward, and his glass eyes are staring at me with an unnerving intensity. The grin on his face is wide and predatory. I know that he's shorter than I am by almost a foot. He's looking down at me now, though. I don't know if it's from the blow to the head or because of the fog that's still clouding my brain, but I just now realize that I'm in a horizontal position. Looking around, I find that I'm tied down to a bed with thick ropes. "Turn off the spotlight," Maslow says. "Let him see where he is." The bright light shining in my eyes goes out. I blink rapidly as I try to clear my vision. It takes a moment, but eventually the colorful spots fade, and I'm able to see once again. I find that I'm trapped down inside of an impossibility. I'm in the first section of the original Nightlight Playhouse attraction. This is Watson's room, featuring a large bed with red sheets in the center with matching curtains pulled closed across the nearby windows. The wallpaper is red and white striped, and all the furniture is white with red accents. It's just like I remember it from my childhood. This can't be real. All this was torn down years ago. What the hell is going on? I struggle against the bindings as I try in vain to sit up. Can't escape, a new and oddly nervous voice informs me. No escape. Nope. I turn my gaze to the new speaker. It's Watson, the red-furred puppet with the crazed large eyes. He's wringing his hands together as he looks at me. His head is slightly tilted to one side. Behind him, leaning up against the wall and grinding his teeth together, is the massive Barlow. His 10-foot-tall frame looms over everything. Although he looks gangly at first glance because of his long, thin arms and legs, he exudes an aura of strength and rage. I want his teeth, a girl proclaims cheerfully. My head snaps up. Standing on the bed's headboard and leaning over me is another puppet. Unlike the others who were in surprisingly good condition, however, this one is in a state of ruin. The face once resembled a lion with a bear's ears, and dark long hair had both been tied up in ponytails and extended down over the body like a dress. Now, though, much of the fur on the face is rotted, and the lips are gone completely, exposing the long, sharp teeth inside the mouth. Sections of hair are missing from the body. Most strikingly, the eye sockets that had once housed lids that would open and close are now blackened holes. Two red glowing eyes stare out of these voids. They glare at me with such intensity that they vibrate in their sockets. I thought that I was afraid before. Maybe I was, but in this exact moment, where I'm seeing Ash for the first time since she brutally assaulted my sister, now I'm terrified. Come on, let me take them, she says with a pout in her voice. I can make them into a necklace that makes clickety-clacks. Ash begins to reach one paw down towards my face. Stop that, Maslow snaps at her. You know the rules. Watson won the right to go first. Won the game, Watson agrees. Get to go first. He plays my game. Yes, he does. Maslow turns his attention back to me. Watson here may not seem like much at first glance, but he's our resident genius. I'm sure he's got something special cooked up for you. Watson nods emphatically and smiles. Make it out of his room, and you get to move to the next, Maslow tells me. Get through all 4 rooms, and you get out alive. Simple enough, right? There's a loud click of a breaker switch being flipped, and all the lights go out. Once again, I'm surrounded by darkness. I keep expecting something to happen, but everything is silent. After what seems like an eternity, but is probably only a few minutes, the lights come back on, and I'm alone in the room. I'm also able to move again. I sit up and find that the ropes are gone. Reaching up, I touch a finger to my mouth and find that the reason I can't open it is because it's been taped over. Gripping one end, I tear it off. I gasp in shock. Removing the tape was far more painful than it should have been. I look down at the black strip in my hand. Small shiny points are sticking out of it. Jesus, the bastards had stapled it to me. I don't know exactly what's happening, and I'm not going to stick around to find out either. I get out of the bed and quickly take in my surroundings. Sitting on a nearby chair is my backpack. I take a step towards it. Excruciating pain flares in my ankle. I almost tumble forward, but I manage to regain my balance at the last possible moment. I hurriedly move back to the bed and sit down on the edge. Blood is pouring out of a long slit in my jeans. I pull up the fabric and see that there's a deep gash cut into the flesh of my ankle. Thinking quickly, I grab one of the bed pillows. I remove the pillow from the case and tear a strip of the cloth from the case. Gritting my teeth, I wrap the strip around the wound and tie it tight. When I'm finished, I look down towards the floor to figure out what just happened. At first, I don't see anything out of the ordinary, or at least out of the ordinary for the strange circumstance I'm in. My eyes finally fall on something, and it takes me a moment to process it. A thin streak of blood is hanging in midair right where my ankle had been cut. After a couple of seconds, it clicks. There's an extremely thin and extremely sharp wire stretched out over the floor. It's not just one either. Now that I know what I'm looking for, I can see dozens of others scattered throughout the room. These are just the ones that the light is exposing enough for me to see. There's likely far more of them that aren't visible from this angle. "Enjoying so far?" Watson's voice asks from all around me. I jump in surprise. As I wait for my heart rate to return to normal, I raise my eyes and carefully examine the corners of the room. There. It's a speaker. I spot 3 more of them before the puppet continues. "Wire's only first part," he says, unmistakable glee in his voice. "Here's second part." The lights in the room flash. As they do so, a warning siren blares. This happens 3 times, with each flash and siren coming about 2 to 3 seconds apart. After the third one, there's an audible squeal of gears turning. I watch the wires move rapidly as they change position into a completely different configuration. Wires that I could see before are now invisible, and ones that were previously concealed can now be seen. Many of them have changed the height that they're at. "Game's simple," Watson informs me. "Get through door." There's a click, and an overhead light illuminates a wooden door on the far side of the room. "Hurry now. I'll end if bored." Those ominous words hang in the air as I stare at the wires that I can see. How in the hell did this damned puppet figure out how to rig a death trap like this? With some effort, I force myself to focus on the matter at hand. I can worry about things like that later. I need to get out of this room, and I have a limited time to do so. Just one of these wires will be enough to tear me to pieces if I walk into it, or if I'm stuck in the middle of them when they change position again. I have to get through them if I'm going to get to the other side of the room, though. There has to be a way. My eyes fall on the chair that my backpack is sitting on. Despite the complex reconfiguration of wires, it's still standing without so much as a scratch on it. The bed is in one piece as well. None of the other furniture is showing any damage. "The floor is lava," I mutter to myself. Watson must have rigged the machinery to not cut through the pieces of furniture with the wires. He's created a much more lethal version of the children's game, The Floor is Lava. In that game, you have to make it from one point in a room to another, but you have to do so without touching the floor. If you do, you're eliminated. Haley and I used to love to play that game. It's not exactly the same, though. Technically, I can step onto the floor. I just have to make sure that I don't touch a wire as I'm doing so. The closest piece of furniture to the bed is the chair with my backpack. Even if I thought that I could make that jump, which I'm sure that I can't, odds are the backpack would keep me from being able to land on it without tipping it over. I would fall into the wires, and that would be it. I lean out over the side of the bed and get as good of a look at the floor between it and the chair as I can. If I'm judging the distance correctly, I need to take 2 steps before I reach it. I can grab the backpack after taking the first one, and get to the side of the chair with the second. From there, I can climb on top of the seat and figure out my next move. I grit my teeth. No point in putting this off. Being careful to make sure that both of my feet touch the floor between wires, I get out of the bed. The moment that I touch the carpet, the lights flash and the siren is sounded again. I swear violently. Either Watson is watching and choosing the worst possible moment to start the wire reconfiguration, or there are motion or pressure sensors on the floor. I take the first step. The next flash and siren combination goes off, meaning that I only have seconds before the wires slice me to pieces. I reach forward and snatch the backpack off the chair before taking the second step. As I do so, I can feel one of the cords press up against my pant leg. That was way too close. There's the third signal. Unable to play it safe, I practically throw myself onto the chair and stand as upright as possible in the center of the seat, with my backpack clutched against my chest. The gears squeal, and the wires throw light in every direction as they rotate and settle into new positions. One of them comes so close that it just barely scrapes my left elbow before lowering down towards the floor. It's not enough to make me bleed, but it does remove a thin layer of skin. Once I'm sure that the machinery has come to a halt, I force myself to relax before leaning out slightly over the side of the chair to get a better look. The door is still too far away to both reach and open in one wire cycle. I'm going to have to break up the distance. Up against the wall, and roughly half the distance between the chair and the door, is a dresser. Like all of the furniture in the room, it's oversized. I'm going to have to cross the distance between here and there, then climb on top of it before the wires shift, all without slicing off my knees in the process. Despite the dire situation, I choke out a harsh laugh. It all sounds so simple. I sling the backpack over my shoulders. I'm pretty sure that I can see a path through the wires that leads to the dresser. Pretty sure. There's a small stretch towards the end that isn't as well lit as the rest of it, and I can't be sure that there aren't some cords hidden in the shadows. I remember that I have a small light on me and start to reach into my pocket for it. As I do so, however, there's a loud crack as one of the chair legs starts to break. I'm out of time. I lower myself down off the chair and onto the carpet. The lights immediately begin to flash, and the siren sounds as I move forward as quickly as I dare. A wire that I don't see cuts through my jeans and into my leg. I yell out in pain, but force myself to keep going. I feel warm blood running down my skin as I keep going. The third alarm is just about to go off as I reach the dresser. I find that there's a whole different problem that I hadn't considered. The piece of furniture is even larger than it had looked from across the room. It's too tall for me to pull myself up onto. I reach down and pull the bottom drawer open. The right half of it cuts away with surprising ease as it encounters a group of wires. The left half makes it far enough out that I'm able to use it as a foothold. I step onto it and push myself upward as I grip the edge of the dresser top. Somehow, I manage to scramble up and onto it just before the mechanism adjusts the wires once again. I lay flat on the dresser until the mechanical whirring stops. Cautiously, I get onto my hands and knees. There are no other pieces of furniture between me and the door. I have to get over to it, open the door, and get to the doorway before the wires get me. Maybe there's a way to make that easier. I unhook the tripod from my backpack and carefully extend one of the legs out as far as it can go. I might be able to use the rubber tip to turn the handle and open the door before making a run for it. That will save a lot of time. The tripod leg is just about to touch the handle when all the lights in the room go red. There's a loud buzzer sound as the wires shoot up towards the ceiling before arcing right towards me. The metal tripod is split into hundreds of pieces as the cords pass through it like it's nothing. I drop the end that I'm holding and close my eyes as I press myself down against the dresser top. When nothing happens, I slowly open my eyes. The wires have stopped less than an inch from my body. The red light makes them look particularly wicked. "No cheating," Watson states firmly through the speakers. The wires retract back down to the floor level, and the lights return to normal. I can feel myself shaking. It takes quite a while for me to calm down enough to get back onto my hands and knees. I almost hit my chin on the dresser as my hands slide out from under me, Catching myself, I wipe my sweat-covered fingers on my shirt. God damn it, keep it together. Concentrate on what you're doing. You can fall apart when you escape this nightmare. This part coming up is the trickiest part. Without waiting long enough for the thousands of things that could go wrong to invade my thoughts, I carefully lower myself down off the side of the dresser. I manage to get my feet onto the floor without landing on any wires, but the now familiar lights and sirens immediately go off. Keeping my eyes glued to the ground, I hurry through the maze of cords and make it to the door just as the final sequence of alarms triggers. I throw open the door and fling myself through the opening as the wires start to rise. I barely make it in time. I slam the door shut and fall to my knees as my entire body shakes violently. Something on the ground catches my eye, and I reach down to pick it up with one trembling hand. It's thin and rubbery. The wires came so close that they cut off part of the heel of my shoe. I'm now in a narrow hallway. The walls, ceiling, and floor are all painted black. The only source of light is a single bulb hanging above the door at the end of the short corridor. I give myself a long moment to collect myself and breathe deeply. In the moment, I was able to function in that nightmare bedroom, but now that I'm past it and the adrenaline is wearing off, I feel like I'm going to fall apart. I'm shaking again. It feels like my body temperature has severely dropped. This was stupid. All of this was so goddamn stupid. I shouldn't be here. Hell, I shouldn't be anywhere near Arcadian Heights. It was such hubris to think that I could just waltz right in and get proof of what happened to Haley all those years ago. I had tried to justify in my mind that I was doing this not just for her, but for the other kids that had gone missing over the years. Maybe I could even stop more children from being killed. I put my face in my hands. I'm not just stupid. I'm stupid and I have some screwed up hero complex. That's pretty fucking laughable given how little prompting I needed to abandon my own sister. I'm no hero. I'm just someone who makes bad choice after bad choice without ever thinking about the consequences. I put the backpack onto the floor and open it. I'm probably not going to survive my own stupidity in coming here, but maybe I can do a little bit of good before I get snuffed out. Taking a small black pouch out of the inner pocket, I untie the strings and remove a small square camera. It's an action camera, the kind of camera that's designed to be used to record, well, action sequences. Running, climbing, riding a motorcycle, kayaking down a wild river. It's durable as hell and handles motion well. I don't use it often, but it's perfect for what I need now. I open the metal loop connecting the lanyard around my neck to my laminated press pass. Sliding the pass off, I hook the camera onto it instead. I adjust it slightly before turning it on and pressing the record button. Now everything that I'm facing towards will be recorded, albeit at an awkward angle. Even if I don't make it out, there will be some record of what happens to me. It's a very real possibility that the puppets will destroy the camera. If they don't, though, maybe someone will find it somewhere down the line. I decide to leave the backpack on the floor. There's nothing in there that can help me, so it's only going to encumber me. I'm abandoning thousands of dollars worth of camera equipment, but it's worth it if it gives me a better chance of survival. I have to force myself to walk over to the door on the other side of the hallway. The only choice is to go through it. I can't go back into Watson's room, and there's no third option. No other doors, no windows. There's not even an air vent that I can see. Forward is the only way through. I stop with my hand on the doorknob. Maslow had said that Watson... how did he put it? Watson won the right to go first. That implies that the other puppets are going to take turns with me. I chew on my lower lip. There's only one way to find out who's next. I glance over my shoulder towards the door leading back into the wire room. Since I don't know the rules of this little agreement, I don't actually know that Watson's turn is over. That's a disturbing thought. There's nothing I can do about that. I turn the knob and slowly open the door. A large furry hand reaches through the doorway and grabs my arm. Before I can react, I'm pulled off of my feet and thrown into the room beyond. I slam into something hard. My shoulder explodes in pain, and it's soon followed by my knee as I land on the ground and skid across it. My body comes to a halt as I strike a wall. My ears are filled with a loud primal roar. The sudden assault has left my head swimming, and the roar sounds distorted. That distortion clears as I struggle to get back to my feet. I feel like I've been run over by a truck, and my arm is shooting pains running up and down it, but everything seems to be functioning. Part of me registers that I'm in another bedroom. While the furniture in Watson's room was oversized, the pieces here are gigantic. The bed and other items are taller than I am, and proportionately wide to match. The rest of my attention is locked firmly on the huge form of Bowlby. He's standing near the door that I had entered through, rage on his ape-like face and his silver-furred hands flexing in anticipation. He leans forward and opens his mouth. "Out of the way, stupid," he yells in a deep voice. It's such a strange thing for him to say that I simply stare at him in confusion for a few seconds. "And stay out of my stuff," he bellows. Bowlby starts to charge forward. The movement breaks my momentary stupor and I hurry away. There's another door on the room's right wall, but he's too fast, and I know that I won't make it that far. Instead, I practically throw myself under the giant bed. I'm barely under it when he grabs it with both hands and flings it away. I duck as one of the legs comes perilously close to my face. He throws it so hard that it shatters, sending chunks of the headboard and frame flying in every direction. "I told you to stay out, Harrison," Bowlby screams at me. "You made me hurt you." What? I don't have time to think about what he just said. He's charging me again, and this time there isn't anything to hide under. He reaches out with his left hand and grabs me around the waist. His fingers push painfully into my sides as he forces me up against the wall and leads in close. "I hate you, you little idiot," he yells. "I wish Mom and Dad never had you." "Shut up," I yell back, surprising myself as anger flares. "Shut up, Haley." Bowlby closes his mouth and stares at me silently. I had responded instinctively as his words brought up memories that I hadn't thought of in a long time. The same day that Haley disappeared, we had a screaming match in the hotel room earlier that morning. Our parents had gone downstairs to get breakfast for all of us, leaving her in charge of me. I was a little kid with way too much energy that was excited about going to Arcadian Heights. It was a bit much for the nerves of a 12-year-old sister. To keep me somewhat calm, she played a game with me. My eyes flickered towards the door I entered the room through. We played the floor is lava. I didn't remember that until just now. I remember the phone ringing. Haley had recently started dating her first boyfriend, and she had given him the hotel room number so that he could call her while she was on vacation. "You made me hurt you," Bowlby says again, this time in a quieter voice. I just wanted her to keep playing our game. I was having fun, and it was rare that my big sister spent time with me like that. She insisted on me being quiet so that she could talk to her boyfriend, though. Stubbornly, I stood in front of the phone and tried to block it with my body. "Out of the way, stupid," Bowlby says, echoing Haley's words in that moment. I pouted for a bit, but I eventually did as she told me. As she picked up the phone, I wandered around the hotel room. Haley's suitcase was open next to the window. Out of boredom more than anything else, I knelt down next to it and looked inside. "And stay out of my stuff," Bowlby instructs me. I didn't listen. Instead, I waited until she was completely engrossed in her phone call before turning my attention back to her suitcase. Sitting on top of her clothes was a small silver locket. Making sure that she wasn't watching, I picked it up and looked at it closely. "I told you to stay out, Harrison," the huge puppet says in a stern tone. Haley noticed me, and she set down the phone to come grab my hand. Her grip had been tight on my wrist. My hand opened instinctively, and the locket fell from my grip. It caught the edge of the suitcase awkwardly, and the little door that covered the picture inside snapped off. That had enraged her. "I hate you, you little idiot," Bowlby spits out, his anger returning and his hand tightening around my waist. "I wish Mom and Dad never had you." The puppet lifts me up and smashes me hard against the wall. The air whooshes out of me, and stars fill my vision. He releases me, and I slump down to the ground. All that I can do is sit there and try to suck oxygen back into my lungs. "You made me hurt you," he says, the anger now replaced by what sounds almost like fear. "Please don't tell Mom and Dad. Oh God, I'm so sorry." Haley knelt over me as she looked me over. In her anger, she had shoved me into the wooden stand the television was sitting on. My head had smacked against the piece of furniture. As the shock of my sister's moment of violence wore off, I started to cry out, both in pain and in horrible surprise. "Harry, I'm so sorry," Bowlby says in a panic. "Please don't cry. Look, it's not even bleeding. There's a little bump, but it's not bleeding. Please stop crying. I'll do anything. I'll take you on the Nightlight Playhouse ride today. Does that sound good?" I blink as the memory fully returns. I'd forgotten that. I remembered Haley agreeing to take me on the ride as being my father's request, and he did ask her to do that. But she had agreed to it before then so that I wouldn't get her in trouble. I watch as Bowlby makes his way to the opposite side of the room. He leans up against the wall and slides down into a sitting position. Holding his legs up, he wraps his arms around them and assumes a fetal position. After a moment, there's a loud click, and the door leading into the next area opens slowly. My first effort to get to my feet fails. Everything is sore, and my muscles don't want to cooperate. I do manage to get myself upright in the second attempt, though, and I limp over to the open door. Glancing back over my shoulder at Bowlby with a feeling of both confusion and, strangely, sympathy, I leave the bedroom. I'm in another dark hallway. Once again, the only source of light is above the door at the far end. I close the door to Bowlby's room and step away from it before leaning up against the wall. Every breath is hurting, and my sides are throbbing. I think Bowlby broke some ribs. They're at least severely bruised. Whatever the case, it's making it hard to draw in air, and every time I manage it, there's a stabbing pain. I can't keep walking. I have to rest, even if it's just for a few minutes. Resting my head on the wall, I close my eyes. "You're almost there," a voice says. My eyes snap open as my head turns towards the speaker. At the end of the black hall, Standing in the now open doorway and his head tilted slightly to one side is Maslow. The silver-furred puppet stares at me for a moment before motioning towards me with its chin. "Looks like Bobby did a number on you," he comments. I don't have the energy to answer him. I don't have the strength to do much of anything, really. I don't even feel afraid, just drained. "I was going to ask if you figured it all out yet, but I see that I don't have to. I think you understand why your sister died that day all those years ago, or at least you're starting to." Maslow takes a pair of steps towards me before stopping again. "Allow me to fill in the gaps that you may be missing. The reason your sister is dead is because of you." "Bullshit," I managed to mutter. He smiles. "Oh, maybe she didn't die at your own two hands, but it's because of you that she got torn to itty-bitty pieces that day. The four of us, well, it's difficult to explain, but the short version is that we're very much in tune to how children feel. That's kind of our purpose, isn't it? To make children feel a certain way. How can we do that properly if we don't know what they're going through?" I'm completely confused. Whether it's the difficulty breathing or he's just not making much sense, I'm not getting what he's trying to tell me. "This place," Maslow continues, "this Arcadian Heights. It's a special place, Harrison. A dark place, a twisted place, but a special place. It does so many things for so many of us. It can even give life to the lifeless, as you can see." He holds out his arms as if to demonstrate his point. "We felt your anger that day, Harrison. We felt your pain, and we felt your fear. We wanted to protect you. The best way for us to do that was to get rid of the person that was making you feel those things." I feel a wave of cold run down my spine. I had been feeling all of those things the day Haley died. Anger that she had chosen to ignore me. Pain that was caused by the violence she had directed on me. Fear that it would happen again. I once again closed my eyes. That wasn't the first time her temper had flared, and she had hurt me, intentionally or not. Each time I had covered for her with our parents, saying that the injuries were caused by an accident or my own clumsiness. Every single time Haley had convinced me that she was sorry and that it would never happen again. I had been happy when she had agreed to take me on the Nightlight Playhouse ride. As we stood in the line queue, though, I'd started to get nervous. At the time I didn't understand why, but now I'm sure it was because I was standing so close to her without our parents present. That nervousness had turned to anxiety by the time we both sat down the ride car next to each other. What should have been a fun moment in my young life instead made my stomach feel like I needed to throw up. I look back at Maslow. I didn't remember that until just now. When I looked back on that day previously, I had always regarded it as a happy one until getting on that damned ride. "You loved your sister," the puppet tells me. "It's only natural that you want to remember her in the best light possible. In reality, though, she abused you. Don't try to sugarcoat it or explain it away. At the end of the day, she abused you." The words cut deep. I know that he's right. I don't want him to be, especially given the circumstances, but I know that he is. All of this feels so surreal. A fucking living puppet is making me examine my past trauma while I'm a prisoner in an insane death trap. How the hell am I supposed to process that? Do you know that all 4 of us are named after psychologists? Maslow asks. You probably do. You're the kind of person that does his research, yes? If you do, you know that I'm named after Abraham Maslow, the creator of the hierarchy of needs. Put simply, it's a listing of the fundamental needs of a person. The biggest need is, of course, physiological. Every person needs to be able to breathe and eat and sleep. Right after that, though, safety. After basic physical needs required to keep the body running, comes the need for safety. Your sister, she took away one of your greatest needs. You were only a child. She had no right to do that. It should have been the opposite. She was your older sister. She was supposed to protect you. You were right to hate her and to fear her. We understood that. We did what you didn't have the strength to do. We protected you. We stare at each other in silence for a long time. I believe that he means what he's telling me. God help me. I actually believe him. We're not these monsters that you've built up in your mind. Are our methods harsh? Perhaps. Ask yourself, what is a little targeted brutality when judged against the safety of a child? You didn't have to kill her, I say quietly. No, you didn't have to kill her, Maslow counters. We did, however. We don't tolerate abuse no matter where it comes from. It's all about keeping the children safe. I narrow my eyes and force myself to stand upright. And now you're what, going to say that you want to help me again? I ask, not bothering to keep the doubt out of my voice. Maslow smiles as he looks up at me. Something has changed in his expression. Slowly, he shakes his head. Oh no, Harrison. I'm not telling you that at all, he says as his smile turns vicious. I said that we protect children. You are no longer a child. There's a flash of metal in the dim light as he reveals the knife that he's holding. The blade is short, but it looks sharp, and I'm certain that he can do a lot of damage with it very quickly. He takes another step forward. I wonder what kind of pain you've brought to people in your life, Maslow ponders. Who would I be keeping safe by ending you? Everyone scares someone, even if they don't realize they're doing it. He raises the knife and points it towards me. I clench my jaw. I doubt that I'll be able to fight him off in the condition I'm in, but I don't have any choice but to try. Still a little defiance left in you, huh? Maslow says. You're going to need it. He lowers the knife. Not for me, though. All of us have our little quirks. Things that we enjoy when it comes to playing with guests. Me? I like to watch. Maslow steps off to one side. I watch him distrustfully. He can't be letting me go. He must be up to something. Well, go on, he prompts. Move along. Only one section left to get through. You don't want to leave her waiting. Now I understand. He actually is letting me past him. It's not because he's showing mercy, but instead because Ash is the final puppet I have to get past, and he knows she's the one that I'm afraid of the most. He wants to see me suffer. That's what all this has been about, this little trip down memory lane. He's been opening old wounds just to watch them bleed. He's weaponized my own memories to hurt me. It's manipulative and sadistic. Worse, it's effective. I limp my way past him, trying to push the pain caused by my memories out of my mind. I don't want to give him the satisfaction of seeing my discomfort. He's already gotten enough from me. Maslow watches silently as I step through the doorway. His grin grows even wider as I look back. The last I see of him is a little wave he gives as I close the door. I expect to find myself in a bedroom, but instead, I'm in another hallway. This one is wider than the one I was just in. It's barely illuminated by flickering lights hanging from the high ceiling. The walls are made from dark brown wood, and they're scarred with deep gashes and burn marks. Metal grates have been installed at irregular intervals on them near the floor. I barely register those things. My attention is firmly on the figures hanging from the ceiling, with nooses around their necks. All of them seem to be either old Arcadian Heights mascot costumes or puppets from past shows. I recognize a few of them. Closest to me is Whimper the dog, one of the mascots that used to wander the park near children's rides and take pictures with the families. He also appeared in commercials for the park on television. The character was removed so long ago that I barely remember him. Whimper has been torn to shreds. Large chunks have been torn out of him, and both eyes are hanging out of the sockets. What looks like old blood is caked over nearly every inch of him. I know that it's just a costume, but that doesn't change the fact that he looks like he's been murdered. "Do you like my collection?" a happy girl's voice asks. I spin around in a circle, but I can't see Ash. I know that she's in here somewhere with me, but she's the smallest of the puppets, and I can't find her hiding spot. Her voice echoes off the walls, making it impossible to figure out where it's coming from. "The four of us aren't the only ones that have come to life," Ash says. "All the others just weren't any fun, though. They had to go." There are a dozen of the costumes and puppets hanging from the ceiling. Is she telling me that they all somehow came to life like the Nightlight Playhouse puppets? And that she had killed them? This isn't a hallway. This is a trophy room. I can't just stand here. The only way out is through. I limp forward, moving slowly and listening intently. There's a clang of metal from behind me. It's followed by an odd scampering sound of soft feet on concrete. Ash's warped giggles fill the air. By the time I turn around, she's already gone. I barely catch the sight of one of the grates falling back into place. She's using the ventilation system. "Want to see my favorite?" she asks. Up ahead, one of the hanging figures drops to the ground with a loud thud. She's cut the rope holding it up. There must be vent covers either on or near the ceiling as well. It had taken her a surprisingly short amount of time to get up there. I don't want to get anywhere near the fallen figure, but I have to go past it. For a moment, I'm frozen by indecision. I either have to walk under the hanging figures that can be dropped on me, or be near the walls where Ash can pop out of the vents at any time. Neither option is a good one. I decide to go down the middle of the hallway. I don't know if it's good logic or not, but my reasoning is if Ash starts dropping things on me, it at least means that she herself isn't close to me. I just have to hope that I can move out of the way of falling objects in time. This unfortunately means that I have to pass close to the already dropped figure. As I approach it, I try not to look at it. I can't help myself though, and reluctantly I turn my eyes towards it as I pass by. It's another mascot costume, but I don't recognize this one. I think it's a beaver or maybe an otter. It's difficult to tell for sure because it's so mangled. There are tears and holes all across its body, and its arms and legs are completely missing. Through the holes I can see something. Instead of being empty, the costume is filled. At first I think it's the corpse of a person, but I quickly realize that's not the case. There's something else in there. It's a black and crimson mass that looks like bloated muscle tissue. I quickly look away. "He was so ooey gooey," Ash giggles. "Everything went sploosh when I gutted him. It's so silly how all of us are made differently even though we come from the same place." Despite the danger, her words spark a thought in my mind. I'd always assumed that the Nightlight Playhouse puppets were somehow unique. She's telling me that's not the case. Something more widespread is going on at Arcadian Heights, and judging by the amount of figures hanging from the ceiling, it's been going on for a long time. I hear one of the nearby vent covers creak. Before I can figure out which one it is, I feel a flare of pain across the palm of my right hand. I swear and jerk it away just as another grate squeaks before slamming back into place. There's a cut across my hand. I don't think it's that bad, but it's deep enough to cause blood to well up from it. "You're ooey gooey too," Ash proclaims before laughing hysterically. I move as fast as my body allows down the hallway. She's got some sort of sharp object. If I don't get out of here, she's going to cut me to pieces. She gets me again, this time on the left thigh. She's so damn fast that I can barely catch a glimpse of her as she escapes back into the ventilation system. God, that hurts. No, don't think about it. Don't stop. Keep moving. The figure directly over me, a marionette-style puppet roughly half my size, plummets down towards me. I try to move out of the way, but it clips me on the shoulder and I gasp as the impact rattles my injured ribs. I stumble sideways into the wall. I see Ash coming this time, but I'm in no condition to stop her. Her combination bear and lion face is lit up with glee as she stabs what looks like a sharpened screwdriver through my shoe and into my foot. She throws open the closest vent cover and darts into the darkness beyond as I scream in agony. I know what she's doing. She's chipping away at me, making it less and less possible for me to escape with each injury. Not that she needs to. She could kill me at any time. She's enjoying this, though. She wants to take me apart piece by piece, so it lasts as long as possible. Without any choice, I continue forward. My foot doesn't want to work properly, and every step hurts. I can hear the blood in my shoe squishing as I move. There. I can just make out the door at the end of the hallway. Another figure falls to the floor. It lands just in front of me. If it had dropped a second later, it would have struck me on the head. This one is a sheep that has been heavily mutilated. To my horror, this one groans. That spurs me on. Being killed is one thing. I knew that was a possibility when I arrived at the park. Maybe even an inevitability. The thought of being left alive for Ash to torture at a whim is far worse. The cuts and gashes and stabs keep coming as I drag myself onward. I can't ignore them. It seems like Ash is targeting where it will most hurt, but I don't stop my legs from moving as I endure the pain. I'm starting to get lightheaded. I think I'm losing too much blood. My limbs are growing heavier with each step. I'm almost at the door now. I know what's coming. Ash can't let me leave. We're at the point where she's going to stop toying with me and go for the kill. I know it's coming. I also know that there's almost nothing I can do about it. I've only got one trick up my sleeve. It isn't much of one. I don't know if it will work even if the stars align and I can pull it off. In front of me, the final vent cover on my left flies open. Ash is charging towards me, the screwdriver held over her head, and her glowing red eyes wild. No more time to think about how I'm going to fail. I grab the camera on the lanyard around my neck and press a button on the side. The camera's light turns on. It's on the brightest setting, and the white glow is surprisingly strong. It's level with Ash's eyes. She yelps in surprise and stops running as she looks away. I'm past her before she recovers. A final burst of adrenaline is filling me. I cross the rest of the distance and wrap my hand around the doorknob. My face smacks into the door before I can open it as Ash leaps onto my back. The screwdriver comes down again and again, piercing into my shoulders and arms. My injured foot twists awkwardly, and I fall down onto one knee. I reach back with my free hand to try to grab onto the puppet as my other hand desperately clings to the knob. My fingers find her fur. I scream as I feel her teeth dig into the side of my hand. She twists to one side, and a large chunk is torn out. I snatch it back and stare at the mangled limb in shock. She's bitten off the lower half of the hand, complete with the pinky and ring fingers. "Tasty, tasty!" Ash yells excitedly. "Brother and sister taste the same!" The screwdriver digs into my side. This pain is different from the others. It hurts, but it comes with an almost instantaneous numbness. My breathing becomes more labored, and as hard as I try, I can't take a full breath. I fall backward, landing on Ash as I do so. She writhes underneath me, and I hear something clatter to the floor. It's the screwdriver. I grab for it. It slips out of my ruined hand. Rolling over, I grab it with the good one and blindly stab it downward in the direction Ash was when we struck the concrete. I feel the sharpened tool dig into something. An inhuman squeal echoes off the walls. I got her. I fucking got her. I don't check to make sure. Everything in me is bellowing that I need to get the hell out of here. I can't get to my feet. There's not enough left in me for that. The best that I can manage is to get onto my hands and knees. Crawling to the door, I grab the handle again. The blood covering it causes it to slip off. I try again and manage to turn it and push the door open. I drag myself through the opening and kick it closed behind me. I collapse. My body is completely spent. I'm going to die here. There's no doubt that I'm going to. A strange thought creeps into my mind. This seems so anticlimactic. I just went through all of that and made it to the end, only to die alone wherever I am now. I try to open my eyes to catch a glimpse of where I'm laying, but I don't even have the strength to do that. The edge of my mouth twitches, the closest that I can currently come to a smile. At least the damn puppets aren't getting the satisfaction of me dying in front of them. That's something. It's not much, but it's something. I feel something touch the side of my face. I can't even flinch away from it. I can tell that it's warm though, and it's the first comforting thing that I've felt for a long time. Even longer than I've been in Arcadian Heights, if I'm being honest with myself. I'm so sorry, Harrison. A young woman's voice whispers in my ear. My body is suddenly moving. I'm no longer on the ground. It feels like I'm floating through the air. At the same time, I can feel myself slipping towards unconsciousness. There's the sound of a door opening. The silence is broken, and now I hear the sounds of the amusement park all around me. I can feel hard concrete underneath me. My face is touched by the warm sensation once again. It's a goodbye. The warmth is gone, and she's gone. Just before I slip into darkness, I hear a different voice, faint, say, "Somebody get a doctor."